Please go ahead.
Om Saraswati Namastubhyam Varade Kamarupini Vidyarambham Karishyami Siddhir Bhavatu Me Sada Shruti Smriti Purananam Alayam Karunalayam Namami Bhagavat Padam Shankaram Loka Shankaram Puranan Nyaya Mimamsa Dharmashastranga Mishritaha Vedaha Sthanani Vidyanam Dharmasya Cha Chaturdasha Ayurvedo Dhanurvedo Gandharvaschaiva Trayah Arthashastram Chaturthantu Vidyaha Ashtadashaivatah. Om Shantihi Shantihi Shantihi. Namaste. I welcome everyone who has joined us today for this Indica conference on contributions of Indian knowledge traditions to the world. Before I touch upon very briefly on this conference in particular, I would like to read out a few lines from our website, indica.in, sentences that speak to the vision, mission of Indica as articulated by our founder, Harikiran Vadlamaniji. The lines go, we are an institute for Indian knowledge systems. We envision the well-being of all beings. We believe integrating Indic wisdom into everyone's everyday lives fosters health, happiness, and harmony. We enable seekers of this wisdom fulfill their potential, passion, and purpose. This is the beginning of a vision statement that is there on our website. For more people can refer to our website. On this particular conference, before I mention the wonderful scholars who have joined us today, I'd like to kind of set the context of why we are doing this. Well before the national education policy, discussions on traditions on Indian knowledge had begun, at least as far back as 2012, if we are talking purely from a government-led initiative's point of view. There was a knowledge tradition and practices in India textbook at the 11th and 12th class level in elective course that were already out. But it is quite clear that after the national education policy, there has been greater focus, and one can see a lot more events, at least, and discussions about Indian knowledge systems, Indian knowledge traditions, etc. So while Indica itself has organized several talks, even conferences related to Indian knowledge traditions and systems earlier, the focus of this conference, as envisioned by Harikiran Vadlamaniji, was to see if we can put the spotlight on traditions and ideas from India going to other parts of the world. That has been the focus, that has been the driving focus of this particular conference. And to that effect, we've had different scholars join us today. In fact, we had a lot more papers that were presented in response to the call for papers, in fact, about 40 plus papers. But we had to kind of make sure that they're talking to the focus of this particular conference. And Dr. Paturi, in his talk towards the end of the conference today, will touch upon some of the methodological issues in knowledge travel studies and the future scope for IKS studies in that context. With that said, I'd like to briefly mention the different scholars who have been kind enough to make time to be with us, to be with all of you today. We will start our proceedings today with Professor Dr. Subhash Kak, who is a Regent Professor at Oklahoma State University in Stillwater. He is a Padma Award recipient, and he will speak today about Indian Foundations of Modern Science. Now, Indian Foundations of Modern Science is a name of a chapter of this book that Professor Kak has recently released. It has been published recently, actually, this year, if I'm not mistaken, 2023. And like I mentioned, Indian Foundations of Modern Science is one chapter in this particular book. Following him, Dr. C.K. Raju, uh, a well-known professor, also who has particularly on the topic that he's going to speak to us today, and he's titled it "How and Why Europeans Stole Calculus from India in the 16th Century." So we begin with science, then we go to some aspects of mathematics. Dr. Raj Vedam, who is a visiting faculty at Hindu University of America, would then touch upon the transmission of Indic knowledge systems to the West. That should make for interesting listening as well. That will be followed by Mahamahopadhyay, Dr. Korada Subramaniam's talk on the Indian theories and Western hypotheses of language. Now, Dr. Subramaniam is the author of, in my view, pretty rare book, Theories of Language, Oriental and Occidental, amongst a few books that I have seen where there is actually such a comparative perspective. And I'm sure he will touch upon some aspects of that in today's talk. Subsequently, we will have doctors Mrs. and Mr. Padmini Balaram and Singanapalli Balaram. They are a couple, wife and husband. Dr. Padmini Balaram will speak on demand and influence of the Indian textiles on the world. And Dr. Singanapalli Balramji will speak on the influence of Indian traditions on great world designers. We're delighted to have both of them join us in this particular conference. Finally, we'll have Dr. Bindu Vyas, who would speak on the topic from East to West, the journey of transcendental meditation. Thereafter, last but certainly not the least, Dr. Pathuri will, and sum up this conference, share his impressions after he speaks about what he sees as methodological issues in knowledge travel studies and the future scope for IK studies in this area. With that, I invite you, Dr. Kark, to take it away from here. Thank you.
Thank you, Meg. Delighted to be a part of this conference. There are a lot of topics that one can cover when speaking of how Indian science forms the very foundation of what is modern science. And the chapter that Meg mentioned has the references and so on. And it's all based on scholarly papers that have been published by a series of scholars, both from the West and East, so that you can go and check on the references for yourself. Okay, now to begin with, I will just pick a few of the topics that one can include in this melange, if you will. And to begin with, perhaps Panini, because that's how I got into history of Indian science myself. Panini, when I was growing up, his amazing grammar, my father used to talk about it. And then in the mid-80s, there was a lot of work being done on machine translation. And the idea of Panini with his algebraic grammar was a natural thing to begin with. And that's how I finally got on my story of study of the Indian sciences, because the way Panini was described in standard history books sort of didn't make any sense, because we were told that he created this amazing grammar, and everybody acknowledged its magnificence, and people even called him perhaps the greatest, most brilliant man who's ever lived. But they said this was done when maybe there was not even writing in India. This is very incongruous. There ought to have been some background, and Panini himself acknowledges grammarians before him. And that's how I got started into analyzing different layers of Sanskrit literature which took me back to the Brahmanas and to the study of astronomy and all that. But without going into all those details, now Panini is acknowledged as not only having created a grammar, a structure, which is mathematically equivalent to a Turing machine, which is as powerful a computing machine as you can imagine, because it has the power or capacity to generate all kinds of constructions in Sanskrit language, and a language is as powerful a system of productions that one can think of. And this has rules and rules about rules, total of 4,000, which is meta rules, which is what we have in a programming language also. So this is had influence, and in fact, not only influence on computer science, but also on sociology and linguistics and anthropology, because in the early 19th century, the French scholar de Saussure realized that if Panini could do for language, and language is one of the activities that human beings indulge in, or which relate what they do to what is permissible and what is not permissible grammatically. So he thought that that could also be a model for sociology itself and anthropology, because when you look at kinship relations in a society, not everything is permitted. So what is permitted and what is not permitted? And in fact, this is what led to the very development of, as I said, sociology, study of society, and study of primitive or indigenous communities, if I may use that term for anthropology. So that is quite significant. Now, the other aspect of computers, because, well, if we step back for a moment and see what is most significant about modern science, first of all, computers have changed the world. Second, they've changed the world by what they can do, how computation they can do, and it has two elements. One of course, is programming. The other element is that of implementation of computation, and that takes us to mathematical logic. And mathematical logic arose in England around 1850s, and there were three Englishmen associated with that development: Charles Babbage, Augustus de Morgan, and George Boole. And so they came up with modifications to Aristotelian logic, which is context dependent, and that could then be represented in terms of operations that are performed on variables. And in fact, Charles Babbage is considered the father of the computer, because he tried to construct a mechanical system in the 1850s. Of course, there were no electronic devices at that time. Now, and this is sort of forgotten until in the 1890s, George Boole's widow wrote a very famous essay, and George Boole's widow was a well-known science writer of her times. And George Boole himself died rather young in the 1860s, if I'm not mistaken. So Mary Boole wrote an essay where she said that, look, these three people get all the credit, but it's forgotten that they were part of a salon headed by George Everest, who was the Surveyor General of India, who, according to her, was trying to communicate to this group what he had learned of advanced logic in India. And apparently what he was talking about was Navya Nyaya. Navya Nyaya goes back at least to 800 CE. And Navya Nyaya, modern linguists show, is equivalent to mathematical logic. So what Mary Boole argued, that what they had done was just to give a form, a symbolic form to something that they had learned from George Everest, when he would go during summers to London, he would talk about what he had learned from India, from his informants or teachers. So this then, and since the two are equivalent, so this is certainly an important contribution, foundation of modern science, where the genetic relationship in terms of the relationship of transmission is quite clear, as narrated to us by Mary Boole. Okay, now let me talk about a few other things. Chemistry, there's no direct influence of Indian ideas to chemistry, to modern chemistry, although we do know that in the Vaisheshika school, it was conceived that the anus, the atoms, could combine in different combinations, and that would lead to different chemical elements. But didn't probably go beyond that, although India was quite advanced in metallurgy as we know it, especially steel and so on. The Indian swords were supposed to have the best steel anywhere. But indirectly, Indian ideas did influence, because we do now know that Mendeleev's periodic table, this is Mendeleev's own admission, because he was at that time in St. Petersburg. Sanskrit was the most fashionable thing going on in the 19th century. And he constructed a table in analogy with the two-dimensional Varnamala table that we have of the Sanskrit alphabet. And in fact, when he conceived of it, he was able to, given there were many missing places in that table, he was able to predict some elements, and he gave them names such as Ek, Dve, and Tri, from Sanskrit. And later on, those were discovered, and then their names were changed. But the two-dimensional form gave him this idea, well, was borrowed actually from Sanskrit. And this is very well established. Now, perhaps the central idea in all of science, I don't want to touch upon the history of mathematics, because Professor C.K. Raju will discuss that, and he's also going to be talking about the scientific revolution and how it's seen with the development of infinite series and calculus during the time of Newton and Leibniz, when we do know that all this was already a part of Indian mathematics and astronomy in the Kerala School of Mathematics. So I will not touch upon it, but let me talk about perhaps the most central idea of all of modern science. And that idea is firstly the discipline of quantum mechanics, and then the idea of complementarity in quantum mechanics. If you look at the subtlety of all scientific ideas, this is probably the most subtle. Because what is science? Science is looking at behavior, which and associations across time to provide you how things evolve with time, and relationships between objects in terms of properties and characteristics. So in quantum mechanics, firstly in the 1920s, when there was a big crisis, and this crisis was owing to the fact that it was known that the center of the nucleus of the atom was positive, and the electrons which went around it were negative. So the question was, why don't the electrons fall into the nucleus, right? Because the attraction between positive and negative forces or negative charges. And this was a huge crisis. And ultimately, Schrödinger was able to resolve it. And Schrödinger was a Vedantin from Austria. And he claimed in his autobiography that the central idea of quantum mechanics, that of superposition of different possibilities, came to him from the Upanishadic Mahavakya, I am Atma Brahma, that this Atman is equivalent to the entire Brahman. And since they, let's say, Pind and Brahmand, or Pindanda and Brahmand, Brahman is so large, it is seen to be reflected in the Pind. Therefore, obviously, the conclusion to draw is that you're looking at possibilities which are beyond what one associates with the Pind or with the cell. And this is the idea of superposition, which is one of the two central ideas of quantum mechanics. The other central idea of quantum mechanics is that of the observer obtaining information about the system upon interaction with it. And this is seen in the framework of Vaisheshika Sutra itself, in Kanada's representation of physical reality in terms of, first of all, dravya, guna, and karma, between substance, its properties, and its speed. And what he said was all the properties of matter that there are should be attainable by just looking at substances, their specific properties, and their speeds, which is, of course, an entirely modern, as modern a principle as you can have. But he also said, and Kanada's Vaisheshika Sutras are truly very, very subtle. He also said that as far as the observer is concerned, you have to look at it from the triple or the triad of universal aspects to the properties of what you're studying, which is samanya, then specific, determined by your relationship with the object, which is vishesha, which is from where Vaisheshika comes in. And thirdly, the samavaya, the interaction between the observer and the observed. And that interaction reduces or obtains for the observer some specific aspects of reality that exists, right? And this is the second principle in quantum mechanics, which is that when the observer interacts with the observed, there is a collapse. This is called the collapse postulate. There is a collapse of the state function, and the observer gets some of the mutually exclusive characteristics that are associated with the system, because what the system has is a superposition of many which are mutually exclusive. But as far as the mind is concerned, the manas is concerned, you can get only one of those set. So that is very significant. Now, the other let me step back for a moment. The philosophical understanding of quantum mechanics is seen through the prism of complementarity, that when you interact with the physical system, you can view it from many different complementing perspectives, most notably for those who have done physics, from the perspective of the object paradigm or the wave paradigm. And there's something to be gained, or you see something from the wave perspective and you see something else from the object perspective, right? And they complement each other. In certain interactions, you get the wave picture. In certain other interactions, you get the object picture. Now, this, in my view, this idea of complementarity is really the most subtle, and it has the capacity to keep on advancing science. And especially now, physics is in a moment of crisis. But before I talk about that crisis, a similar complementarity is central in Vedanta. And since Schrödinger was a Vedantin, he must have clearly been aware of it. For example, when you do Ishavasya Upanishad, we are told that you can either look at reality from the perspective of avidya or vidya, or asambhuti or sambhuti, right? Avidya is materiality, vidya is consciousness, right? So these are two aspects. Materiality and consciousness are two aspects of reality, right? And likewise, asambhuti and sambhuti. In fact, as you know, in Ishavasya Upanishad, it's also stated that avidyayam mrityu tirtva vidyayen amritam ashnute. So that you need both. You need both avidya and vidya. That is what is complementarity, and truly a very subtle idea. Now, this idea it gets reflected in the mainstream interpretation of quantum mechanics. As you know, quantum mechanics is all of these puzzles, such as the cat paradox. If you have not observed it, since a reduction of the state function takes place when you observe the system. So before you observe a system in a chamber where there may have been a breaking of a vial with deadly poison. So before you observe it, was the cat, if the cat was also in that chamber, was the cat in a superposition of dead or alive state, which seems sort of ridiculous. But hundreds of books have been written on this Schrodinger cat paradox. But in any event, in quantum mechanics, materiality and consciousness, as in Vedanta, are viewed as two aspects of the same reality. So quantum mechanics has sort of brought in one of the central and most subtle things of Vedic knowledge of the Vedas, which is Atma Vidya, into the framework. Although most quantum theorists sort of pay or tip the hat to it, and they don't necessarily have all the other apparatus to go beyond just this recognition of the interaction between the two. Now, what I want to point to here is that physics or science has reached a point now where there is a huge crisis of cosmology, if you will. There's the mainstream model in physics and in cosmology is that 13 or 14 billion years ago, there was a primeval explosion where there was this huge fireball of energy which exploded, and there was a phase of very rapid expansion. And after that, this light, in the beginning, light then congealed into higher elementary particles, and slowly in a few billion years, you had stars and galaxies, etc., form. So this is a model, and people have been working on it for about 70, 80, 90 years. And things went along fine, excepting for two problems. One thing that's been observed in the last 50, 60 years is that, and you can now look at the stars in galaxies. And as we know, if you look at our own solar system, the planets which are closest to the sun are faster than the planets which are further away from the sun. Mercury, for example, completes its circuit around the sun in 87 days. The second planet is Venus, which does it in, I think, 228 days or something like that. Earth is 365 days. Then Mars is 600 and some days. And Jupiter takes 12 years and Saturn takes 30 years. So the planets which are further away from the sun travel slower than the planets which are closer to the sun. But now what they've discovered is that in galaxies, and in galaxies also, the stars are moving from the center of the galaxies, which are assumed to be black holes of tremendous mass, which works just as the sun works as a source of gravitational attraction to to be the focus of the movement of the planets. So what they've discovered is that contrary to what one would expect, the stars which are very far away from the center of the galaxies are also moving very rapidly. And for that, they have to postulate some missing matter. And this is what is called the dark matter, for which, of course, we don't have any evidence. So, but they assume we can explain the movement of the stars in these galaxies by assuming that there is some additional missing matter, which can then explain this anomalous motion. So people have lived with that, and they thought that perhaps the contribution of this missing matter would be about 26 or 28% or 26% of the mass of the universe. Okay, good. But then about 22 years ago, they discovered that not only is the universe expanding, as had been understood for about 80, 90, 100 years, but about 4 billion years ago, its expansion began to accelerate, which is something that they can't understand. And now it's expanding faster than what it was expanding earlier at the rate of. And to explain this faster expansion, they are assuming that there is dark energy. And this dark energy is propelling all the stars and galaxies to go further, faster and faster away from each other. And the calculations have shown that this dark energy must correspond to 68% of the mass of the universe, because you can convert mass into energy. So 68 plus 28% is 96%. So for this 96%, there is no, not the slightest evidence in the lab that there is dark matter and dark energy. People have tried to look for it in different kinds of places, not the slightest evidence. And in fact, between the stars, there is also interstellar dust, which is supposed to be 3.5% of the universe. So taken together, that makes 99.5%. So current physics can only explain 0.5% of the observed universe, which is a big, big problem. And now, why do I mention it? Well, maybe if the ideas of the observer related to consciousness are pushed further beyond where they are stuck right now, because as I mentioned, people do in quantum mechanics recognize that consciousness and materiality are two sides of same reality, like two sides of the coin. But they do that only when you're looking at the axioms of quantum mechanics. When it comes to further development, it's the development of models looks at materiality alone. And therefore, should it be possible to bring in the observer in a more central place, it is conceivable that these difficulties will go away. And in fact, I can tell you that I have, by myself, although, this is, we are supposed to be talking about mainstream physics, and I'm talking of some more recent research that's been done. And in fact, 7-8 years ago, I translated Kanada's Vaisheshika Sutras, and I was astonished that Kanada has the laws of motion of 2 of the 3 laws of motion of Newton's, and in fact, one in almost exactly the same language. Third law of motion of Newton's is to every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction. And Kannada has Karya Virodhi Karma, which is the same thing. Karya action, Virodhi equal reaction by karma, which is reaction, right? So Karya Virodhi Karma, almost the same. Now, what is absolutely impressive, and this is something I discovered when I was doing the translation, and it's a pity that Indian scholars, Indian physicists have not looked at Vaisheshika Sutras, and I think they should. There's a lot of stuff there, because Kannada not only looks at the Dravya, he also looks at both consciousness and manas. Manas, as observers, we have manas, but consciousness, of course, is Atman. And what he says is that you have, of course, the 5 Mahabhutas, which is a recurring refrain in, say, Sankhya or any Indian system, speaks of five Mahabhutas, which are Prithvi, Apaha, Tejas, Vayu, and Akasha, right? And so he speaks of these five and many interesting elements to it. But he mentions that Dik and Kal are constructions, which is space and time, are constructions of the mind. So he doesn't equate Akasha to space, which is what a lot of people do when they translate from the Vaisheshika Sutras or from Sankhya. They say Akasha is ether or it's space, but that's not what Kannada says. Kannada says that Dik and Kal are separate. This sort of inspired me to open up the very question of whether space is three-dimensional. And there is a mathematical theorem which says that T is not optimal in logical representation, but E is, which is 2.718. And if you assume that space itself is, Akasha is E-dimensional, but space as determined by our mind is three-dimensional, because certainly mind views at reality as three-dimensional. So there is a difference between the two. The moment you assume it, you are able to then resolve many of the current paradoxes of quantum mechanics. And I've published a whole series of papers. You can Google it, E-dimensionality of universe, in the leading journals. And it also resolves the whole problem of both dark matter and dark energy. You don't need to invoke the two of them. And I think that's a wonderful thing. But the main takeaway from this is that giving a more central location or central place to this idea of mind-related concepts and reality, which is sort of beyond the mind. As we know, there is a distinction in Indian thought, in Vedanta, for example, or all other Indian categories, between Atman and Manas. Manas is classical. Manas is object-based. Our contents of the mind are object-based. So they are limitations. They have the same limitations as any object-based universe would have. And the contents of Manas are accounted for by language, by apara vidya. But for Atman, because Atman is not an object, language cannot suffice. Language can only deal with objects, because language itself consists of abstractions or abstract objects. And therefore, for Atman, you have to go to para. You know, as in Bhartrihari's classification of language, Vaikhari, Madhyama, Pashyanti, for ordinary language and abstractions of its meaning, but beyond that is para. So this is interesting. But let me also speak of some further connections that have indeed already impacted Western science in ways that most of us are not aware. In 1898, Swami Vivekananda was visiting New York City, and he was invited to a party by the great French actress Sarah Bernhardt, who was visiting with her troupe, who was visiting the USA with her troupe. And she invited not only him, she also invited the most famous scientist or engineer of those times, namely Nikola Tesla. And she arranged for the two of them to sit down together and exchange ideas. And both of them wrote about what happened in their meeting. Tesla wrote in his diary, and his diary is accessible now. And Vivekananda wrote about it in letters to two friends, and they've been printed. So you can access them if you just Google it. So in this meeting, 1898, circa 1898, Vivekananda tells Tesla, Tesla was the inventor of the AC motor, And prior to that, there was a race between Tesla and Edison. Edison wanted DC current to become the standard. Um, Tesla had invented the AC motor, so he was pushing for the advantages of AC, and he won. Westinghouse adopted his standard, and in that sense, we are living in the age of Tesla. And Tesla was also interested in wireless transmission of energy. In fact, he spent a lot of his later years doing that. In fact, he was even able to conceptualize things such as a system where you're sending information remotely through wireless, something like what the internet is doing right now. So apparently Vivekananda knew the general drift, and Vivekananda told Tesla, look, it should be possible for you to show, using Western science, that mass and energy can be transformed into each other. And I'm paraphrasing Vivekananda. He says, if you do that, not only would you solve the problem that you are so invested in, but it will also establish Vedic science in the hearts of the Westerner. Now, we do know that Tesla was not able to do it, but one of Tesla's fans, because Tesla was the most famous Serbian of his times, one of Tesla's fans was Einstein's first wife, and Einstein wrote his famous papers in 1905, including the paper on E equal to mc squared. And his main paper on electrodynamics, now we also know that, was originally authored both by Albert and his wife. And it was only when the proofs came in that he took his wife's name out. But knowing this, what he also promised when they got divorced, he promised that should he win the Nobel Prize, he'll give all the proceeds of the Nobel Prize to his wife. So there was all of this stuff going on. There are many people who have suggested that perhaps this idea of transformation of mass and energy was proposed to her by Tesla. And there's some Western scholars who have assumed that, who said this. Personally, I'm not so sure, because E equal to mc squared was in the air, and there were some other people also who had come by this, maybe not in the most sound mathematical way. So I'm not sure whether that really happened, but clearly we do know in Indian ideas, because and this you can read either in Mahabharata or you can read it in Yoga Vasishta, and I've quoted from here. It is said that when Pralaya occurs, the sun will become larger and larger, and the grahas, the planets, would fall into it. So it will become something like the red giant, as is proposed by modern astronomy. And then all of matter will become, all Prithvi will become Apaha. Then all Apaha will become Agni or Tejas. Then all Agni will become Vayu. These are like, the four main elementary particles, which is proton, electron. Proton is materiality. Electron is about flow. And then you have photon, which is about fire. And then you have neutrino, which is about decay. And this is, of course, also discussed in Vaisheshika Sutra itself. And then they're all absorbed in Akasha, and from Akasha they go into the Chaitana of the deity. Whether you're talking of Vishnu, the whole universe is then absorbed in Vishnu itself. So it's absolutely extraordinary. It's extraordinary that the extent of influence on mainstream science that has occurred. And let's also not forget J.C. Bose and his development of wireless, or his demonstration of wireless, and because now IEEE has acknowledged that although Marconi got the credit, and Marconi was the first guy to win the Nobel Prize, it was really work which had already been done by J.C. Bose. You can check that IEEE now acknowledges that that was the case. So really, all of electromagnetics and everything that has occurred, and J.C. Bose, as you know, was a Vedantin. He was inspired by Vedanta, expressly and even his later work on life in plants, etc., were inspired by these ideas. So what we find is extraordinary way um, things Indian ideas have influence, which we can see in the last 200-300 years. But let's also not forget medicine. Medicine, uh, they the way Western medicine failed in front of the COVID pandemic, the fatality rates were the highest in North America and Western Europe, because they insisted on following the allopathic central notion of only dealing with symptoms or specificity associated with a with a response that has been confirmed in advance, and not necessarily by looking at the body as a ecological system. Now, as you know, there was the death rate in African countries was literally zero. The fatality rate in Nigeria is 15 a million. In the US, it was about 4,000 a million. In India, it was about 400, but of course, some people in the West do not accept Indian figures. They said, "Hey, how are we to believe them?" But look at Africa, 15 to a million. So there is right now in the field of medicine, people like George Ioannidis, professor of medicine at Stanford, who are calling attention to the fact that most of medical research is failing. It's not reproducible. And the irreproducibility rate is as high as 90% in many areas. So what happens is that a lot of research is done with badly conceived controls, and they are published, FDA approves them, and then these drugs are eventually recalled 4 or 5 years later on. So, but if you step back, maybe the problem is deeper. As I mentioned sometime earlier, there is a theorem that mathematical logic theorem that 2.781, which is E, is optimal when it comes to logical categories. But as you know, 2.718, which is E, is not an integer. If you look at integers, then 3 is optimal and 2 is not. 3 is superior to 2, much superior to 2. Now, Western medicine is based on binary logic, right? You have a symptom, you treat symptoms. Ayurveda is based on ternary logic. You have 3 doshas. You have the body itself viewed as a system which is in balance, and you want to make sure that it remains, or you want to interact with it in a fashion so that the sense of harmony is preserved in case there is a movement away from harmony. So that's the whole idea of illness and coming back to wellness. So this is, in my view, given the crisis of medicine as well, and the crisis also owes to the fact that there is a placebo effect, that about 30-odd% of the cases, patients get well just if they believe they're being given a medicine, even though what they're being given is just a sugar pill. Or so why is that happening? And it's happening because, of course, you should look at mind and body as one whole, which is something that Western medicine doesn't do. So in my view, this is going to be the next big thing in medicine. If only our Vaidyas were clever enough to talk about this mathematical basis, and also the great samhitas that we have, the Charaka, the Sushruta, or Ashtanga Hridaya. So to also, express all this knowledge in ways where an outsider can relate to it in an effective way. But this is not to say that we're going to reject Western medicine, because certainly when it comes to crisis, and we must also, in Ayurveda itself, also see ways of how all the new sciences of the past 100 years related to biochemistry and microbiology, which did not certainly exist at the time of Sushruta or Charaka and so on, how they could also be a contributing element to the whole medical framework. So I think this is going to be an extremely important element in science. And it is certainly known that Ayurveda did go beyond the Himalayas a couple of thousand years ago, and it's all demonstrated. It went to Tibet, it went to China, and of course the Chinese took aspects of it and incorporated that into their own framework. So as to how and what role it might play remains a very interesting question. Now, in the few minutes that I have, I want to also say that all of modern sciences are now reached at the threshold of what remains, what is beyond modern science, and that is consciousness science. You know, in computer science, the question is, will computers become conscious? What is it? Where does consciousness come from? In neuroscience, where is the observer in the brain? In physics, how can we make consciousness play a role? Because we do know that observers interact with the observed. And here again, a very great Indian physicist, George Sudarshan, in the 1970s, with a student, came up with a way of showing that an observer, just by observation, can control or steer the state of a quantum object. But how can we go beyond that? And if we could go beyond that, how could we construct a consciousness science, which is not just theoretical, which gives us a capacity? And of course, that's where Vedanta comes in. That's exactly what Vedanta does. Vedanta speaks of how consciousness, both at the level of the jiva and at the universal level, works. For example, in Mandukya Upanishad, at the level of the jiva, in the Jagrat space, you have Vashvanara. In the dreaming space, it's Taijasa. In the deep sleep, Sushupti space, it's Prajna. And the corresponding universals are Virata, Hiranyagarbha, and Ishvara, right? So what are these universals? And how does creativity work, let's say, in the dreaming state? We do know, and modern psychology is also aware of it, that most creativity cannot occur in the waking state, because in the waking state, you're dealing with objects which are already a part of the framework. And for creativity, you have to go beyond the framework, right? You have to go outside of the box. And so long as you're within the box, you cannot do so. And therefore, almost all autobiographical accounts of creativity speak about trances or dream or visions and so on, which in Vedanta, we are told about the Taijasa state at the individual level, at in the manas, or the Hiranyagarbha at the universal level. So how can these be made accessible to the individual? Because so long as one is only working according to the samskaras that a person is part of, one cannot be creative. So how can one become swatantra? And that swatantra is the state of the Ishvara within you, because the Ishvara is that universal state, right? Which is when, to speak of the Mahavakya or this particular Vakya, Shivoham, that one is Shiva, that you recognize your own Shivahood. So how could this be made accessible? Firstly, to, if we are talking of it as an Indian knowledge system, to Indians themselves, because who are most estranged from this knowledge are Indians themselves, because in the last 75 years, there was a stated policy that all of this should not be a part of the curriculum, because, well, very many Indians also did not know what it was. So I think the whole question now in this effort, such as the one by Indica and other similar efforts, how do we, first of all, make it accessible? Because these are very subtle notions. And then how would a person be able to embrace these notions to then develop a means, if you can call it sadhana, to transform themselves and to discover all the incredible gifts that reside within them. So I'll just stop here because I've been told that we should have some time for questions. I've already done 47 minutes. So let me stop here, and I'll be glad to respond to any questions.
Great. Thank you so much, Professor, for that panoramic view on different aspects of Indian science. There are a few questions, but in the interest of time, I will proceed with requesting Dr. Raju to join us for the next talk. Professor Kak, I'll request you to answer whichever questions you'd like to take in the Q&A box, if that's okay with you. Just type out the responses so that we proceed with time. Now, I'll welcome Dr. Raju next. Dr. Raju, if you could turn on your video.
Yeah.
Yes, as he's coming on, just a few lines. Dr. Raju, he initially taught and researched in formal mathematics, analysis, functional analysis, Schwartz distributions, and its application to general relativity and quantum field theory for several years. Later, he joined CDAC to play a key role in building the first Indian supercomputer, Param. He was responsible for porting applications of national importance, space, oil, etc. And that experience led him to abandon, as he says, formal mathematics. In time, towards a consistent theory, he pointed out a book that was published in 1994. He pointed out that existing physics must use functional differential equations with a tilt in the arrow of time. And this nearly explains quantum mechanics. In the 11 Pictures of Time, published in 2003 by Sage, he proposed a new way to relate science and religion through time. In Cultural Foundations of Mathematics, published in 2007, he proposed a new philosophy of math called zeroism and compiled evidence for the origin and development of calculus in India and its transmission to Europe. His shorter books include Is Science Western in Origin, Ending Academic Imperialism, Euclid and Jesus. With that brief introduction, I'll request Dr. Raju to take it away from here. Thank you for joining us today, Dr.
Raju. Thank you. Is my mic on? Yes. Thank you very much for inviting me. I will try to move through this at the speed of light. Okay, so because it's a lot to present and I don't have enough time to do that. All right, so my topic is about how the Europeans stole calculus, but that's not the only issue. The issue is, why do we not teach it today? Why do we keep teaching it in the inferior European way? Inferior, that's the point. All right. So what is the matter? Oh, I have not fixed my... All right, let's use this. Just a minute. I forgot to fix my remote. Okay. All right, sorry for that. Yeah, okay. So West has long boasted of its superiority. And I would like to say it has done so in the most evil and superstitious way. And the classical example of that is the racist claim of white superiority. Why is it superstitious? Because the boast of white superiority is a mutation, as you have in COVID, mutation of the earlier boast of Christian superiority, which was used to morally justify continuation of slavery after Black slaves converted to Christianity. So you couldn't say you're enslaving them because they're non-Christian. And it used gross superstitions such as the Bible curse of Ham or Cam. I will not show that link, but these links are there. The whole presentation is online because I have to rush through. I'll only show the essential links. So during colonialism, the boast of white superiority mutated to the boast of Western superiority. This whole theory is described in my 2 long articles on Euclid Must Fall, especially the part 1. And of course, why mutation? Because colonialism was more profitable and because there was a politically useful Aryan race conjecture. Right? So I have a book on that, Aryan race conjecture. And this Aryan race conjecture now there is a little problem. How do I get back to my slides? This is taking the whole space and not allowing me to go back.
Sir, click on that calculus theft is there, na? Please click on the left side, top left side.
Sorry?
Top left side.
On top left,
Yeah.
the calculus theft. You could click on that, is what my colleague is saying.
Toggle
On
sidebar.
top left,
Above, sir, above. Go top, sir.
Just a minute.
Calculus theft is there.
Let me go here. This
Yeah,
is
yeah.
All right, I have to
Yeah.
move down because the Zoom screen is taking all the space. All right, I'm sorry. So the point is that the point was that India had been populated by earlier white conquerors. So the claim of white superiority lacked credibility. Now, our encounter with the claim of Western superiority was with Macaulay in his 1835 minute, where he said that in the matter of hard sciences, the superiority of the Europeans becomes absolutely immeasurable. So this was used as justification for colonial education, but this superstition is not specific to Macaulay. It is used by colonizers across the world. And we accepted it without checking it until today. That 75 years after independence, that is most definitely our fault. So how is that relevant to what I'm saying today? Because the trick of using systematic lies about history, systematic lies over centuries. We are not talking of one lie. We're talking about systematic lies over centuries to provide a secular justification for the boast of Christian white Western supremacy. This was used right from the time of Orosius in the 5th century. So Crusading and Inquisitional history glorified Christians and Greek friends. It said that all knowledge which was stolen from Muslims during the Crusades was due to early Greeks. And we don't ask for the evidence for that. They'll give you some evidence from some very late manuscript. We accept that. That's wrong. You have to check this. Anyway, on this fanatical history, Christians discovered everything. And not only calculus, but also all of India. And all Vasco discovered India. That's what I was taught in school. Columbus discovered America, and so on. And of course, Vasco did not discover even the sea route. That's a complete fib, because it was known for 5,000 years from before him. Alexander knew about it. So this myth of Western supremacy or Christian supremacy was carried forward by racist historians, then by colonial historians, who just conveniently relabeled the Greeks as whites and then as West. So no use blaming Macaulay, because we continue to teach that false history. For example, about Euclid in our school texts, we tried to correct it with Meg, and it did not really work because the government is intent on doing it that way. Now there is a trick. See, the fanatical and farcical part of it is that Christians and West did everything first, but there are subtler aspects. The subtler aspect is that you inject a claim of superior philosophy into history, and this trick Indians never understood. All right, not a single book on the history of Indian mathematics discusses its philosophy of Ganit. I tried to introduce that when I was on the board of JICPR, but Murli Manoj Joshi sacked me. He thought that only Sanskrit Pandit should do Indian philosophy. But Ganit is not equal to math. And Sanskrit Pandits could not translate even one word correctly for centuries because they didn't study mathematics. They thought it is inessential. But if you want to translate, you must know both the context. You must understand mathematics and also Sanskrit. So anyway, the first session of step that I made of calculus was in my 2000 Hawaii article, paper and article at the East-West Conference, which was published in the Philosophy Journal. And that is very important. It was published in a philosophy journal because we think of, when we think of, history, we think only about chronology. We did it first. No, that's not on. We did it first. It's all right. But we have to look at other issues because we continue to teach calculus on Western principles. So we implicitly admit that we are inferior. So instead of just the gorilla boasting, you also have this little monkey crying. We did it first, but we did it inferior. You know, it is really tragic because we don't get into the thing. We are accepting, we are teaching calculus, not the way it developed in India, but the way it was misunderstood in the West, because we accept our inferiority. We teach geometry, Euclidean geometry, not Shulba Sutra geometry, not the geometry we developed in India of Raju Ganit, because we accept we are inferior. And no use saying we are superior when you accept in practice, in action. So the exact grounds on which the West asserts and you accept its superiority is unimportant. Whether you say you did it first or they did it better, the thing is that, see, Africans continued to be slaves, whether it was because they were non-Christians or because the Christian God has cursed them to be black. Okay, same applies to us. Which ground we accept it on history or philosophy does not matter. And the fact is, we accept that Western philosophy is superior because we teach calculus in all universities in this country based on Western philosophy. We could not change this teaching. Anyway, since most people don't understand the Western philosophy of calculus, which is real numbers, limits, etc., nor do they understand the Indian philosophy of calculus, let me give you a simple example from school geometry. So Harshvardhan said this, if you remember, in 2015 in the Science Congress, he said that we did it first. So here, for example, is the Hindu headline. So originated in India. So the important point is they originated here. That's all that he looked at. And she should have addressed the Purva Paksha. Indian tradition of this debate says before you put forward your Paksh, address the Purva Paksha. Where is the Purva Paksh? It is stated in the class 9 school text. Everybody should know it. Certainly the Minister for Science and Technology. And what does the Purva Paksh say? It states there, it says that some civilizations like Babylon, India, Rome, they did not do geometry correctly. They had only some results, practical results. But the Greeks did it right. They were looking at the reasoning why certain constructions work. This is the Purva Paksh. This is what the government teaches. It says that what Greeks did was superior geometry. And we are not able to check, if we can't even check, whether Euclid existed. It's just complete falsehood. But anyway, we are talking only about philosophy. So the Purva Paksh is not that the Greeks did it earlier, but that the Greeks did it better. And you cannot contest it by saying we did it first. All right. So it's not a proper response, all right, to someone who says they did it better. So instead, we should ask, West has made so many stupid and superstitious claims of superiority down the centuries. Christians are superior, whites are superior, and so on. So is the claim of a superior philosophy of math another such stupid and superstitious claim? And my answer is yes. All right. And note clearly that when they claim it is better, they don't mean better practical value. You know, if you look at the Bodhayan Shulba Sutra, I won't go, Manas Shulba Sutra is better, but I won't go into that. Bodhayan Shulba Sutra and Euclid's element 1.47 proposition, they are identical. And so when you say better, it just means that better, you arrived at it by a better method. So that needs to be debated, discussed. We never questioned it because we internalized the belief in Western superiority, which is at the core of colonial education. So the school text boasts of Western superiority in math is based on brazen lies. If you just check, it is immediately collapses. So they say, for example, only Greek mathematics has had proof. Obviously false. Whether or not Greek mathematics had proof, Obviously false, because Indian Ganit used the methods of proof. We have stock methods of proof. They are stated in the Nyaya Sutra. 2. Pratyaksh, Anuman, Apman, Shabda, Pramanani, that's it. And there are explicit examples here in my lecture where you use Pratyaksh, where you use Anuman, where you use Upman. At the moment, the talk is about Anuman. And so Earth is a sphere was reasoned from the inferred, from the fact, deduced from the fact that tall trees cannot be seen, as stated by Lalla. It was deduced by Aryabhat states it first, but Lalla explains it. So the other thing that only Indians use, only Greeks use reasoning, completely false. So Indian Ganit did use deductive reasoning, and just pointed out his deduction that the earth is round. He didn't go to space and see it from there. It was not Pratyaksh, it was Anuman. So why don't they explain the truth? Point is, why do you have to tell lies to claim superiority? Because it's a superstitious, stupid belief, and they survives on the fact that nobody will check it. And if they check it, they won't have the courage to talk about it. So the difference is both use deduction. All right, Ganit use deduction, math use deduction. It is not unique to the West, but it is a starting point of deduction which is different. In Indian Ganit, the starting point is facts or observation. I see the far off tree, I don't see the far off trees, and I don't see the ship when it disappears over the horizon, and that is Pratyaksh. But in Western formal mathematics, the empirical is prohibited. All right, this is what our school text says. Beware of being deceived by what you see. A mathematical proof cannot contain any Pratyaksh aspect. And you can see it also on text in mathematical logic. But I'm giving you this from the 9th standard text, which everybody ought to know, ought to read carefully. This is what it says. All right, empirical is prohibited in formal mathematics. So the starting point of deduction must be an axiom. An axiom is not self-evident truth. It is a postulate, which again the class 9 text admits. Axioms and postulates are used interchangeably, and then goes up into some grammar nonsense. So axioms is the same as postulate, is the same as assumption. But the point is that this assumption is usually metaphysical. When you talk of a point having, a line having infinity of points, a line being infinity, you're talking of infinity. And infinity is metaphysics, and metaphysics is fantasy. Whose fantasy? It is the fantasy of the West. And this fantasy of infinity is closely related to church dogmas of eternity. And all that, all the axioms of mathematics, look at all of set theory and so on, it's all laid down by the West. Von Neumann, Bernays, Gödel, you use set theory. How do you use it? Who wrote down the axioms? If I don't want it, if I don't want real numbers, you have to take their permission. You can't do it. So that's the point. They have political control over the content of mathematics. If I want to teach, nobody will allow. Professor Kak was in charge. We wrote to him. He did not respond to the idea of teaching calculus differently. We are not even willing to try it, even testing. We are so frightened of it. So this is strong political control, which frightens most people to even try, even think about it, talk about it. So it's like the Inquisition. So point is that just to make a quick interim summary, the purported superiority of formal math does not mean superior practical value. This is the same in the case of calculus. When you say real numbers and limits, you can't use real numbers in practice. All right, it just means superior political value. That's for the West, not for us. It's anti-value for us to submit to such techniques of mild control. All right, so now I want to just say the kind of history you're familiar with, that contrary to assertions of Western superiority, the fact is, in known history, let's not talk of fantasy history. Archimedes did something sometime, and Eratosthenes did something, or Euclid did something. They are not historical figures. We know nothing about them. We know things only from very, very late texts. So, in actual fact, in actual known history, Europeans learnt all their math from India. They repeatedly imported it, and the most important point, they found it difficult to understand. Because it was imported knowledge, it was copied knowledge, like a copy student who copies finds it difficult to understand what he's copying. Therefore, he copies. So found it difficult to understand, therefore they acquired an inferior knowledge of it. That's why. So let's take quickly arithmetic. We know that, I suppose everybody knows this. It went from Hisab al-Hind, the Khwarizmi, and the very term zero, as you know, is from Sifra. What you may not have seen is the Oxford English Dictionary, which gives its derivation. So I showed you that quickly. Just check it out in Oxford English Dictionary. It's a mysterious code. And that's what a cipher is. Why mysterious? Because Roman arithmetic, which the Europeans used, did not have place value. And they were confused by the place value system because Roman arithmetic is additive. I have dwelt on that in great length in my book on the Aryan race conjecture, that they say that, Greek and Latin and Sanskrit were similar, but they did not have similar arithmetic. Language may be similar, so what? They did not have similar arithmetic, therefore they did not have similar calendar, therefore they did not have similar culture. And we just neglected it, so everything was done only by linguists. All right, now look at De Morgan. De Morgan was mentioned. De Morgan's laws in logic is such a fool, such an absolute idiot. He writes, and he's very influential mathematics. So he writes that negative numbers are evil. And in fact, because Roman arithmetic has no negative numbers, it is pebble arithmetic. How do you have negative pebbles? You don't have. So from Fibonacci to De Morgan, people were confused about negative numbers. Some understood, some did not. So this is what he wrote, De Morgan, that negative numbers are impossible. All right, so he says you can say 10 minus 20 plus 50 is impossible. But 10 plus 50 minus 20 is possible. And he is a professor at University College London. He is writing in the 19th century. He is not writing in some remote past. We are not talking of fantasy history. We're talking about real history. This book is available on the archive. All right. And then he says that, well, you're saying minus 9 less than 0. This was the critical point on which Europeans misunderstood calculus. They did not understand ordering, not of integers, but of polynomials. I won't go into that. So he says that the belief in witches is 10,000 times more likely, all right, than saying minus a less than 0, because how can something be less than nothing? And he has attributed some meaning to the term 0, completely wrong. And this is what he says. This is what the fellow says. It is 10,000 times more possible to believe in witches than in judicial astrology. At least you guys should have a laugh at De Morgan Day every year. So we know that algebra was from algebra bal mukabla. Jabra is force, jabardasti. Mukabla is an equation because you have two sides of an equation which are contesting. And you have the word surd from Latin surdus. Again, assumo, you have not seen it. This is again the Oxford English Dictionary in case you have not actually checked it. It is there in the Oxford English Dictionary. All right. So surd comes from surdus, which means deck, and y is square root of 2 depth. We understand that because in the Shulba Sutra, root 2 is the diagonal kern of a unit square. But kern, as in the warrior kern who had these earrings, it also means ear. So bad karna was mistranslated as bad ear, depth, and from Arabic to Latin, they blindly copied it. So you know the root by which it is. Same way the word sign that you use comes from the Arabic jab. And again, jab is from pocket. Again, let me show you the OED, because I don't think people show you all this stuff, because this is accepted by the OED. This is how the word sign originates. And why is jab sign? Because the word that Aryabhat uses is arzaja, ja, because it relates to the circle. And it was written as the consonantal skeleton, and they misunderstood it. If you have ja, ba, they said, what is ja, ba? It's not jiva. It's not jiva. It must be jab. And then in my pre-test question for calculus without limits, I asked them in trigonometry, define, you please tell me what is sine of 92 degrees. How can you have sine of 92 degrees? Because that's what they say, because if you define it in terms of a right angle triangle, if you are talking of trigonometry and not circlemetry, then you have to talk of triangles. So that's all wrong. All right. So this is what happens. I think that point is clear that Europeans were arithmetically backward until the 16th century. And this is very clear from the Gregorian calendar, which did not have fractions, does not use proper fractions. And therefore, equinox does not come on the same day each year. It's a bad calendar even today, even after the Gregorian reform. The Christian calendar was accepted as the official Christian calendar at the Council of Nice. Okay. So it does not come on the same day because it's a bad calendar. So don't tell me that leap years are the same as precise fractions. If you had used precise fractions, this would happen. It's only on a 1,000-year average. All right. So how did they jump from ignorance of fractions in 1582 to calculus in the 17th century, 1600 something? So it took 1,000 years in India to go from Aryabhat to Madhav claimed by Newton. And how did it happen overnight in Europe? Obviously, they cheated. So the question then is, did Europeans steal calculus from India? Now, there are two questions here. First question is, was it calculus at all? A lot of people contested. That's why I'm putting it up front. Once you decide whether it was calculus or not, then you can ask the question of whether they stole. So most people, how do they do calculus? They do integrals and derivatives formally only of elementary functions. So if you take a non-elementary function, as in my pre-test question paper, they don't know how to do it. So here's a non-elementary function. Here's a non-elementary integral. Leads to Jacobian elliptic function. They don't know how to do it because it's not taught. It's not there in any of the calculus texts. So they identify symbolic computation of derivatives and integrals with calculus. Especially that is what the foolish colonized mind does, which is taught to ape the superior West. But there are no integrals or derivatives in the tradition. Where are the signs for integral? Where is the sign for derivative? So how was it calculus? And this is a doubt which many people say. And Bagh, A.K. Bagh, who has done a lot for history of mathematics in India, who was with the INSA, he said, I had written a paper on transmission of calculus, which was submitted to the Indian Journal of History of Science. He said, I personally feel that the question of transmission of calculus from India to Europe is basically a hypothetical issue. What are you talking about? Calculus didn't exist in India. Where are the integrals? Where are the derivatives? Tell me. So that is a critical question, which even people who are well versed with the Indian tradition don't understand. And nobody else has pointed out, I don't know why. But then if you start teaching calculus on the Indian method, you immediately come to the answer. But we don't teach it. We avoid it. We are going to imitate the superior West. We are going to feel superior by imitating them. So that also brings in a crucial question of Aryabhat versus Madhav. So today we attribute the origin of calculus to Madhav and Kerala school. That is wrong. That is how Vish first noticed it. And they have infinite series, but you can't teach calculus based on infinite series. I mean, I also started my research based on that assumption because that's the popular view. So this was my project, which was about Madhav and the origin of the calculus. All right. So I started with that idea, but it's a wrong idea. I corrected myself when I started teaching calculus without limit. You can't attribute it to Madhav because you have to teach it the way Aryabhat did it. So calculus due to Aryabhat, Madhav gave the same 24 sign values. He gave them precise to the third sexagesimal minute, Tatpara. But Aryabhat had given those same 24 sign values 1,000 years earlier, less precise, only up to the Kala, first sexagesimal minute. So, critical difference. Madhav gives sign values. Those are sign values. All right, actual values. But Aryabhat gives only sign differences. So Aryabhat's sign table looks like this. I mean, there's only one word of Sanskrit in it. So it is Aryabhat sign table. There's only one word, which is Kala Ardhaja. Kala Ardhaja. So sign so it's actually sign differences, Khandaja, but he says Ardhaja. So they are only sign differences. What are those words? What do they mean? They mean these numbers. So they are not sign values, they are sign differences. So that's a very critical difference because Indians used finite differences, not derivative. So you have at least got the finite difference. Whether you should have the derivative or not, second question, why should you have the derivative? Why should you imitate the West? Finite differences work perfectly well for all practical purposes. For everything that I did in CDAC, every differential equation that I solved on a computer is done by finite differences. You don't need anything else. You don't need derivative. That comes from a Western superstition. We'll go to that. So do not assume that they are better or superior. So how were they derived? He derived them by means of a recurrence relation, not an algebraic relation. Now I'll just go through it. This is the recurrence relation. This is done in my book in great detail. It is not an algebraic equation. Let's be very clear about it. And it is what is called the Euler method. This is also explained in my book, Cultural Foundations of Mathematics. Euler method, you can add an H, which is what Neil Kant did, and that gives you some greater accuracy. That is how there was accuracy to the third sexagesimal case. So I won't go into that. The point is that Euler was familiar with Indian mathematical texts. It was not some independent discovery. He was familiar with Indian mathematical texts. He knew he solved Fermat's challenge problem, which nobody else could solve because it was a solved exercise in Bhaskar. And he knew that text. And therefore, nobody else could solve it. All right. We don't go into these things because Kim Proctor will tell us some nonsense about what Euler did, and we believe her. Never believe the West. Challenge it, check it. Only when you have checked it yourself, you should believe. Okay. So no need for derivatives. What about integrals? You don't need them either because you need those finite differences. You solve differential equations. That is what Aryabhat did. He solved the differential equation for numerically solved the differential. You can't have exact solutions. You can't have even sine function, etc. It's not exact. Infinite series. So he numerically solved the differential equation, and that is the heart of the calculus. Every application of calculus that you have got, every problem of Newtonian physics that you have got involves a solution of differential equations. Also true of quantum mechanics. I'm not going into that. So corollary, you don't need the derivative sign. You don't need the integral sign. That is just your indoctrination. That calculus is about integral signs and derivative signs. So you just solve the differential equation, y prime equal to fx, you get the indefinite integral to x, ft dt. Right? That's it. You don't need an integral sign. You don't need that. You've got all the practical applications and doing everything fine. It's perfectly clear. You don't have to worry about limits and real numbers and so on. And I have been writing about this for so long, nobody seems to have understood. I am really surprised. So this way of doing calculus, I would say, is superior. That's why I teach it for all real life practical applications, since there is no need to restrict fx to be an elementary function. So I gave the example of Jacobian elliptic function. This is asked in my test. So here are the where are the Jacobian elliptic functions? Oh no, this is not asked in, okay. This is about the simple pendulum. A simple pendulum, you get the wrong formula, t equal to 2 pi root over L by G. This is a first scientific experiment. And you give the wrong formula, and people believe the formula, they don't trust their observation, because that is the essential teaching. Don't trust the pratyak. You trust the theory, trust authority, trust Shabda Praman, not the pratyak. All right, so we give a wrong formula and everybody repeats it. I had to have such a big fight. And my son did a school project on that. And it is here. So the formula is not compatible. And here is the whole, you can see the whole project, that the time period of the simple pendulum changes with the amplitude. You can observe it. You'll find the observations here. You'll find the theory here. You'll find the Jacobian elliptic function. That's the way I teach calculus. All right, this is a key aspect of how you teach calculus today, but we don't want it. We want to ape the West. That is our fundamental principle. We want to ape the West. All right. So point is, Euler method is linear interpolation, extrapolation. Brahmagupta introduced quadratic interpolation. So he said, those traditional sign values are good enough. Why do you want to go to 24 values? And you can do that. And that went on to, Vateshwar went to quadratic interpolation. A Stirling's formula took a table of 96 values and achieved precision to second successive numbers. And that is what is carried forward by Madhav and Kerala school, who used 11th, 12th order interpolation to achieve precision to third minute. So they refined it. Certainly they contributed to it. All right, but Aryabhat and Brahmagupta invented it. This was a refinement. You can still do all calculus with just the Euler method. Okay, so there is just a postscript. Aryabhat was a Dalit. I have a paper on that. You can read it. And unlike Nilkant, who was a high caste Nambudiri Brahmin, there's a political angle, right? And to my mind, it's a splendid testimony of regional integration and the fact that caste was not oppressive in India. That Nilkant, who's a Somasutwan, can accept, Aryabhat can accept to be a disciple, is a very great thing. North and South. Bihar in the north, Kerala is in the south, but I won't go further into it. So no one in India is anyway interested in teaching calculus differently. We just want to say we are superior. All right, we are proud we did it first, and we are inferior, therefore we'll continue to ape the West. I've shown you those two photos of a gorilla and a monkey. I won't show it. So we still do that because that's what is needed for IIT entrance, and that is what is needed for high-paying jobs, and that's what we are. We are not interested in better knowledge or a better way of doing calculus. Okay, so let me go to theft of calculus. Arithmetic, algebra were all cases of transmission, not theft. Because they went via Muslims who honestly acknowledged the Indian sources. Al-Khwarizmi wrote Hisab al-Hind. He mentioned it has come from Hind. But the case of calculus and probability and statistics are different. They're a matter of theft because they went directly to Christian Europe from India. And Europeans came discovery. Why? Because they have a superstitious, utterly evil principle dogma of Christian discovery. Please take a look at that meaning of Christian discovery, what it means, what sort of genocide it led to, what sort of slavery it led to, and so on. I won't go into further details. It has recently been repealed. And there is also, it's taking so long to load. Never mind. It's not important. There is a video on that with Sanjay Dixit because the Pope has recently repealed it, but the British and US laws are still based on it. So we teach in our school text that Newton discovered calculus because we have the West. There's a picture of Newton. That's what we expect when you talk of calculus. First lesson in calculus is that Newton discovered it. You show his photo. Whether you say it or not, you show his photo there, that children get the idea. Now, in my case, because we are talking about theft, it's a Newton stole. All right, so theft means there should be proof, different standard of proof, as in criminal law, since theft is a criminal offense. So I said, let's use this standard of proof using criminal law, which is proof beyond reasonable doubt, not proof based on balance of probabilities. So in my Hawaii 2000 paper, so you see this, this is the three points that I mentioned: motivation, opportunity, documentary evidence, and circumstantial evidence. These are the things I looked at. It's a paper in philosophy, but it talks about history. All right. So the opportunity was, of course, that the Jesuits were in Cochin. Motivation was the navigational problem. They needed a correct calendar. They needed precise values to navigate because their entire wealth depended on correct navigation. And there is ample circumstantial evidence. There are identical infinite series. There is Fermat's challenge problem, Pascal's triangle, Euler method, Tychonic model, Clavier's trigonometric values, Stirling's formula, etc. Then there is documentary evidence. Although when you talk of convicting a murderer or a thief, you don't assume that you will always get a signed confession. You very rarely do. So opportunity. So let's first understand the Let's understand the Toledo model. What were the Jesuits doing in Cochin? They were following. The church imitates its past models, which are very successful. So the first Western universities, Paris, Oxford, Cambridge, I won't talk of Bologna, was set up by the church during the Crusades. Because Christian Europe was backward. There was a Christian Europe and a Muslim Europe. Christian Europe was backward and needed the knowledge. And the texts that they used were Latin mass translations of Arabic texts. If you want to know which ones, please click that link. I'm not going to click it now since I'm short of time. So the church had earlier burnt heretical texts, but it needed the knowledge to fight and win the Crusades. And so it claimed those texts, but they had to be theologically correct. And therefore it said those texts are all written by our soul friends. They were called soul friends of Christians, the Greeks, early Greeks, not late Greeks. So this same Toledo model was imitated in India. Steal knowledge, lie about it. It's so easy and nobody will check. Nobody checked for 500 years. So the church rightly texts that most people are gullible fools. They will never check. And they systematically collected and translated with the help of local Syrian Christians. They had formed a bond right early. And later it was attributed to Christians, Fermat, Newton, Leibniz, etc., like Vasco da Gama discovered India. And I think I already said that they wanted the navigational problem. But what is the navigational problem? Three critical issues: latitude, loxodromes, and longitude at sea. So latitude, well, Vasco did not know how to determine latitude. He carried back the navigational instrument used by his Indian navigator, described in my book in great detail. And he said he will have it graduated in inches. I'm sorry that smiley has not come. It can't be done because it's not a linear scale, it's due to the harmonic scale. So Kamal tells latitude by the pole star. It is limited to use at night. Rapalagai, night instrument is what it's called in Malayalam. So pole star is equal to cow. It's called cow in Arabic Malayalam, which is the language that the mufflers in that Salem these scenes use. And it also means teeth. The instrument is held between the teeth. So Vasco said the pilot was telling the distance by his teeth. So he noted that. So there still remained a problem because you could tell latitude only at night. But you can also, for that, to tell it by day, you measure the angular elevation of the sun, and you can do that provided you have a good calendar. This is explained in my Rajju Ganit geometry text for class 9. So you have all these practical applications. You measure the size of the earth, you measure the angle of dip, and then you measure angle latitude in daytime. But we do Euclidean geometry. We are not going to do any of these things. You cannot do any of these things with a compass box. And we are completely committed to imitating the Europeans till the end of our lives. We don't care. We only want to pass the exam. The knowledge is not about anything but passing exams, getting a job. I pressed the wrong button. Okay. So Christian priests are interested to steal the calendrical knowledge, and the reform of the Christian calendar was done in 1582. Why? Because it was known from the 4th century. 5th century it was known. Hilarius started his reforms. Hilarius is spelled with a U, but it is Hilarius all the same. Then there was the problem of loxodromes. What is the problem of loxodromes? They navigated by plane charts. So it's a straight line. Straight line is the basis of geometry. So you move in one direction, you'll move in a straight line all the way to infinity. Complete nonsense. If you are moving on the straight of the on the earth, if you move in one fixed direction with a compass, you will go into a logarithmic spiral, except in cardinal directions. You'll go into a logarithmic spiral that spirals toward the pole. That's why it is called a loxodrome. Loxodrome means curved line. They're very puzzled by this feature. And how do you correct it? So you have the Mercator chart, which is the common map of the world, Mercator projection. Now the projection is copied from China, and Needham has demonstrated that. But wait a minute, you want to construct that projection. So to construct the map, you require accurate trigonometric values, tables of seconds. If you look at the 16th century navigational manuals in Europe, they are full of such tables, like Simon Seven's table, which is taken from Aryabhat. It's correct to the first minute. Now, Aryabhat, well, Clavius, 1607, published tables with precision of 9 decimal place, third sexagesimal minute. And he was in charge of the Jesuit affairs, and obviously he was the first recipient of these things. Let's go to longitude. Now, important thing is that in Indian tradition, longitude was measured, but it requires knowledge of radius of the earth. So we knew, and these chaps did not know. So this is what Brahmagupta says. Bhuvyasasya jnanat vyartham deshantaram. What are you doing about deshantar if you don't know Bhuvyas? And it's easily calculated from elementary trigonometry. This is not in my 9th standard text. It's not elsewhere. What is there? You just measure the height of a hill. You climb the hill. You see the angle of dip. And you measure that theta. You measure the height. And there you have the radius of the earth. Very simple calculation. My students do it. And you can calculate the angle so accurately, but you need precise trigonometric values. All right. But mathematically backward Europeans could not do it. And therefore, they had a navigational problem. And fact of the navigational problem is that British legislated a longitude price in 1711 and gave it away half in 1762 because they were not sure it had been won. Okay, so why did they have such a big problem? Because Columbus underestimated the size of the earth in order to get funding for his project of traveling west to go east. And then his success meant it was fixed, and then Portuguese, they banned the carrying of loads above ships. It led to disasters. Now you have bunkum stories about Eratosthenes. Do you have any primary source for Eratosthenes? So many stories everywhere. Not a single one will give you the primary source. All right. Or you talk about Picard. Picard, this great measurement is mentioned by Newton. But you see, navigators, their life goes on that. They were not willing to trust Picard. So therefore, the navigational problem persisted. Don't look at history in retrospect. Look at it in prospect. All right. So let's go to circumstantial evidence. And that I've already mentioned the long list, science series, Leibniz series. Fermat's challenge problem is especially interesting because it is a solved exercise in Bhaskar. And the numbers involved for the solution are very large. All right, so large. So how can you say it's independent rediscovery? It's complete nonsense. But then that is what people say. And nobody in Europe could do this problem except for Euler, who had access to Indian texts. So this is why the Aryabhat method is Euler method, you have Nilkant's astronomical model. It's exactly the Tychonic model. Tycho was astronomer royal to the Holy Roman Empire, and therefore he was the natural recipient of astronomical models taken from India. And Clavier's trigonometric values, Ahargan, Julian day number. Julius Scaliger was a contemporary of Scaliger or Clavius. Then Boteshwar, that is Stirling's formula, all Christian discoveries. So documentary evidence, there is this Ritchie's handwritten letter which I got. Oh, I'm sorry, it's not there. But it is there if you see my MIT lecture or whatever. There are many places, calendar talk, I have shown this letter. I've marked it here. I'm sorry. Now let me go to the most interesting part, which is the epistemic test. You have so much evidence, but has the West admitted that it's told? You have dishonest historians like David Pingree and Kim Plopker. They'll keep alive. They won't even discuss. They'll make sure never to discuss. I told Pingree long back, I'm willing to come and talk in your department. Will you talk? No, I don't have time. And we Indians admitted that also. IIT Gandhinagar had a conference. They invited philosopher, but not me. We want to preserve the Western myths. So I applied the epistemic test because you have such censorship and so on. They won't let you publish. They won't let you talk. But at least there should be very solid proof that those who steal knowledge, like students who cheat in an exam, they have inferior knowledge. And when they are caught cheating, they always lie. So what I did was that I developed as a teacher a way to catch the cheat after the fact. So when you return the answer sheets to them, you ask them questions. You wrote this answer. What did you mean by this? Can you explain? And they are not able to explain. They're not able to explain, then they have stolen. Whatever they say doesn't matter. And now when you apply it to history, you can't interrogate the past. But if you have suspicious circumstances, then at least you will admit that the European thing came later, and there is very high level of suspicion, at least. I mean, according to solid proof, but at least you admit that. Yeah, what did you say? I have 10 minutes.
No, Dr. Raju, we are close to the end, so I'll request you to summarize.
10 minutes. I have kept the watch in front of me. I'll need 10 minutes, please. So the critical issue we have here is that it doesn't matter. Let's flip the schedule a bit. So how to do an infinite sum and how to exactly define the derivative. These are the aspects of calculus which the West did not understand. And why is it needed? Because the trigonometric values were derived by using an infinite series of sine, cosine, and arctangent functions. And Indians had some of the infinite geometric series. Nilkant had summed it. And finite geometric series, of course, known for a very long time, from Egyptian times and from Vedic times. But they did not understand how it was done, because if you want to sum as a one by one, it is going to be a super task, an infinite series of tasks. So Descartes said it's beyond the human mind. And Galileo left the task to Cavalieri. He had access to the Indian calculus text. He left it to Cavalieri. And then Newton defined the derivative using his silly fractions, which are now abandoned. So you can look at this epistemic test. People had problems. So this is a very critical issue. Hang on, please hang on. This is very important. Let me cover it. 5 minutes won't make a big difference. So Berkeley acknowledged it, and James Turing gave a very incomprehensible defense of fractions. So therefore, Dedekind proposed real numbers as a better way to understand calculus. And all calculus is done that way today, including in the Indian class 11 text, and infinite sense, derivatives, integrals, even functions, sine function, cosine function, all defined as limits. So there are no limits in rational numbers, so you need real numbers. But Newton and Leibniz could not have understood that because they came long after that. And today, Newton's fluxions are aligned. And of course, why is the exactitude needed? You need that metaphysical exactitude. It's not exactitude in reality. Because of the superstition, Newton linked calculus to physics and physics to religious belief. He talked of laws of motion. They are laws of God, and that is part of the post-crusading theology of eternal and universal laws of God, which are in contradiction to the Islamic thought. So I'll skip this. Let me go to this last part of my talk, which I think is very important, which is about history repeating itself. So first time as tragedy, second time as farce, and the third time as pure humbug. That's my correction. History repeats twice. So first time tragedy, we know it was stolen. Second time farce, the thesis that the calculus was stolen from India was itself stolen by a combination of Roman Catholics and Syrian Christians in a pre-planned way. And, I advertised the post of postdoc for my INSA project. Maybe you can just quickly take a look at it. So this is a very radical new project, and this is what I advertised for, and people saw it. And particularly George Joseph saw it because he was on that list. And then I had a postdoc, Jolly John, as a research associate. He was a Syrian Christian. So George Joseph saw it. He sent delegates, Almeida after me, who contacted me indirectly. A complete traitor, though he posed as a fake patriot, and said he was very interested in doing something, and I felt for it. I must admit I was fooled. So Joseph starts serially plagiarizing because we had some we disagreed, and then started plagiarizing. The conference in December 2000, he shamelessly plagiarized my paper in front of me. This was a paper that I had submitted to his conference in Trivandrum. And he was the organizer, so he had privileged access, misused it, and just shamelessly plagiarized because they are pretty sure that you can never catch them. You will never be able to catch them. Therefore, they keep repeating this plagiarism. So later he just said, I'll say, I don't know you, because he has an email written to me about the Labor Room project. We are trying to raise 100,000 pounds. All right. In his Trivandrum conference, he wiped me out. All right. It's completely illegal. You should have taken my copyright permission. There absolutely no ethics. And many laud him. Many people think he's a great chap. He has done something. He's pointed out that calculus was taken. He stole it from me. So point is, if you think that the calculus was stolen, if the thesis that calculus was stolen can itself be stolen, that is acceptable, then you might as well accept the theft of the calculus. Now, Kark wrote an article in Sureka saying 3 British authors wrote about the Indian calculus, and he sent copies, and that's how I got it. But none of them were British. All 3 were Christians. And Dennis Almeida and some inconsequential Western translator. And the point is that there was an ethics committee at Exeter. Here's the report of the ethics committee. George Joseph, well, it's not loading, forget it. It is there online. He said, I'm a neutral party, though he himself was a prejudiced. And he lied that Barg had talked to the possibility of transmission calculus, and Barg denies it. And Katz, nobody talked about it. Neither did he. So anyway, the committee was obliged to roll in my favor. And this is the news item on that. Okay, this is my time going off, 5 minutes left according to my watch. I'm sorry, our clocks are differing. Happens. So I got some letters of apology from Jolly John, from Dennis Almeida. All right, he wants to unconditionally apologize and so on, after he was thrown out of Exeter because of this. But they go right back, plagiarizing. So it's the third time. Anyway, epistemic test proves that they copied. They did not understand my point about a good calendar, and they said declination can be measured at C. So another example is from George Joseph. So this is what he writes. 15th century onward, the Kerala mathematicians used computational mathematics as floating point numbers. My Hawaii paper talked about floating point numbers, saying you don't need real numbers. They did not understand. And said, do you understand the notion of infinitesimal and derive infinite series? What nonsense. So this is the level of nonsense that you can expect from plagiarists. That's exactly what Newton and others did. They did not understand. And third time is pure humbug, that this was in 2007. They verbatim plagiarized my paper. And Joseph called himself the author. And there are examples of that. And there was a huge media blitz. This is done in my... not loading. Let's leave it to load. So the point is that the fake news release from Manchester, Indian press refused to believe me. Only Hindustan Times checked the facts, published a retraction of the fake news on its front page. That is here. Very few people know about it. People still keep talking about this is the George Joseph serial plagiarist. which is there on my blog. So anyway, point I'm making now is that a complaint was made and the article is still there. They just put in an acknowledgement to me. They said it's a media office mistake. Verbatim copying, they did not acknowledge because that is the British ethical and legal standard. And Manchester University is committed to that lack of ethics. British are committed to it. This fake news, it is still there. 16 years after the fact, the paper was never published. All right. So they stole, and you can't correct this theft by concerning calculus in the present tense. You can't do that. You have no hope of correcting the old time. Okay, so let me go to the conclusions. Europeans were backward. They developed an inferior understanding of calculus. The claims of discovery that is settled by what you teach, not by church dogmas or regional chauvinism. So if you accept real numbers and limits, which you do in all your schools, in all your IIT texts, then you are gone, you accept the superiority of the West. So Aryabhat and Brahmagupta discovered calculus, not Madhav or Kerala school, which refined it using infinite series. By correcting, but the point is that correcting the lies of history is a process, not a one-time job to be done after 500 years. And the only process we know is trust the West. Why trust it? Manchester University did it, so trust it. You won't check the facts. So therefore, they are aware of it. Therefore, they keep concocting new lies and they will keep doing it because your only standard of proof is trust the West and you don't, they know you have no way of correcting it. That's just fine. Thank you very much. I'm sorry I took a little extra time. Not really extra time on my watch, but anyway. Thanks. The difference of time, if not of opinion. Okay. Let me.
Thank you, Professor Raju. Thank you for your insights and thank you for sharing your experience. We wish we had more time. We had people from different geographies and time zones joining for this conference. It is late into the night for the next speaker, who is Professor Dr. Raj Vedam. He's a visiting faculty at the Hindu University of America. And Dr. Raj Vedam will be speaking on the topic, the transmission of Indic knowledge systems to the West. Welcome, Dr. Vedam. Thank you for joining us today. After that wonderful talk by Dr. Raju on how and why Europeans stole calculus from India in the 16th century, we will now have you speaking on the transmission of Indic knowledge systems to the West. You can have your entire 45 minutes starting now, Dr. Raju. Thank you.
Thank you, Meg. First of all, my pronouns to the esteemed speakers over here. And I should acknowledge right at the beginning that I have learned a lot from several of the speakers' works over here too. So my interest in this work is the historical tradition of knowledge systems in India, and obviously trying to look for traces of Indian knowledge that goes to other cultures, civilizations, and whether we can find evidences of these things. So let me quickly go to my talk itself. A prelude is necessary. Every time I talk on the subject, it's confusing because we have been taught a certain chronology of India, and these facts don't fit in over there. So the prelude is India a young or an old civilization? Everybody here knows we have a false narrative, Aryan invasion theory in 1500 BCE. We are told that nomads from Central Asia destroyed the superior civilization, which is Harappa, no question about that. India then had to wait for 1,000 years for civilization to return in Magadha. This is exactly as it is said in the NCERT textbook. And it says these nomads were running around in India from Central Asia, brought Sanskrit, caste, cow, and all these kind of things. And they were illiterate, they didn't even have a script. So after Magadha made contact with the Greeks, then suddenly India got Brahmi during Ashokan time. They became civilized overnight. Then they turned around and say, yours is a young civilization. You've not had enough time to generate knowledge in mathematics, astronomy, medicine, and so on. And they said, therefore, you must have learned from the earlier civilizations of the Greeks, Babylonians, and so on. So in line with this Western narration of the history of sciences, we find this absurd kind of narration coming about, where they say Aryans brought Sanskrit to India from the Levant. They say Brahmi is derived from Aramaic and again came from the Levant into India. Sanskrit came from Central Asia, rather. And we see that they tell us that astronomy came from Babylon, and the Greeks taught us math and sciences. The Turkic Muslims got us culture, cuisine, architecture, music, civilization, and the British brought science, technology, rational thought. What we're seeing here is that this greatly distorts the history of the Indian civilization, the dates, anchor points of chronology. Every aspect of our knowledge systems is impacted by the spurious narrative over there. And I have several talks out there that talk about several evidences that go against the linguistic derivation of the chronology of India. So that said, I'll give my summary slide just in case we don't have time to complete this. So in summary, I've seen in my works out of India transmission from a very ancient period of time, going all the way to 3000 BC perhaps, or even earlier to the present times. And we can say that in 3000 BC or so, we had a flourishing trade with Sumerian civilization over there, with the Mesopotamians and so on. So we see this very early civilization over here, knowledge exchange, trade, and so on. Then around 2000 BCE, following climatic changes in the Indian subcontinent, we had migrations out of India, and we have evidences that they've gone to the Fertile Crescent, to Egypt, to Turkey, to the Hittites, and so on and so forth. So there's evidences of these things. We also see coincidentally knowledge systems arising in Egypt, in the Hittites, in the Mitannis, and so on. And around that same time, 1500 BC, we are seeing a transmission from Hittite knowledge to the Minoan culture in Greece. And around that time, let us say, we also have the Greek philosopher period. From 500 to 200 BC, we have had evidences of several philosophers like Pythagoras, Democritus, Pyrrhon, and all of these people who others have said that come to India to get their knowledge. We have evidences of that. Then we look at Armenia and Syria. All the way, we have evidence from 400 BCE of contact with India, maybe all the way to 1800 current era, when the Kerala Syrian Christians were continuing their contacts at this era. We have evidence of that. And we have the Islamic from the time Sindh fell to Bin Qasim from year 700 all the way to 1700. We have evidences of transmission of Indian knowledge to the Arabic countries, translated into Persian and to Arabic, and injected all the way to southern Spain, which is under the control of Muslims, as well as to Sicily in Italy. We got evidences of that. But prior to that, I missed out the Indo-Roman trade, where between 200 BC to 400 current era, we had trade going on with the Mediterranean countries, and that too was a conduit for knowledge transmissions. And like I said, between 700 and 1400 current era, we had Islamic transmissions to Spain and Italy, and I'm sure that Dr. Raju has spoken at length about these transmissions. And from southern Spain, we have transmission to Christian Spain in Toledo, several translation schools that did this between 1000 current era to 1400 current era. And from there on, diffusion to Europe from 1000 to 1600 current era, we have evidences of these things. Then in more to our own times, from 1700s to present times, colonial transmissions to Britain, to France, to Germany, all of these places we have that. So in summary, before I start my talk itself, we have evidences of all of these knowledge transmissions. So what is the methodology that I'm following? We will not have time to go through everything, but very quickly, we have evidences all over the place, and clearly everything is not the same. So we got some high quality evidence, we got some what I call medium quality evidence, and we got some low quality evidence. We can't discard them. We have to see them in total, and we have to see the provenance of the data. So many other things are there. And there are three tiered investigation of Indian knowledge system transmission. One is to see evidence of contact itself. Has there been contact between people in India and some other place? What evidence do we have? Migrations, trade, invasions, and so on. Do we have evidence of transmitters? Who are the people who took Indian knowledge system? What are the works that exist or we know about that did this transmission? Then the third level is there evidence of use of that Indian knowledge system in that foreign civilization? So there's a three-tiered approach. Not always do we find evidence for these things because some of these things are so far in the remote past. So like I said, there's a lot of evidence of transmissions itself. And how do we even look at the data? There are at least two ways to slice the data. One is we can look at the transmissions to various parts in chronological order, but that again is not very clean because it goes all over the place. And one more way we can do it is we can see transmissions in various chronologies, but in geographical order. So I have not had a clear cut at this presentation over here. My apologies for that, because I was out of town for several days over here. Anyway, we will go through some of the evidences that show these connections. Like I said, the first level is connection. Second level is transmitter. Third level is use of that knowledge in that civilization. So I'm going to show you some of these things over here. So do we have evidence of contact with Sumeria? That's the very first question to ask. And amazingly enough, yes, we have internal evidence that itself talks about this, and pretty high quality data at that, which I refer to as HQ over here. Several verses in the Rig Veda, I've just taken about 3 or 4 of them over here. For example, in this translation, it says that he who knows the path of birds flying through the air, he abiding in the ocean, also knows the course of ships. So clearly, we are seeing a reference to ships in the Rig Veda and talking about navigation by looking at the bird's path and all of those kinds of things. Then another verse over here, it's talking about as merchants covetous of gain crowd the ocean in vessels on a voyage. So there's a metaphor used over here, and the metaphor is one of traders that are covetous of gain going on a vessel. So clearly, at the time this particular verse is composed, we have evidence of trade, a seaborne trade over here. And just one more over here, it talks about Ashwins in the ocean. It's talking about protecting, and you brought Bridju sailing in 100-oared ship to his father's house, where there was a shipwrecked person who was brought, rescued, and so on. So clearly, internal evidence shows that that there was trade whenever Rig Veda was composed. We're not even going to put a date on that. Then we have evidence in Harappa itself. We know that from Lothal and other places, they would hug the coast and go to places in the Horn of Africa. You got in Dilmun and going on to the Kassites, Elamites, Babylonians, either in the sea route to the Persian Gulf, or you have even land routes through Mohenjo-daro, Côte d'Ivoire, and going all the way to Shortugai and other places. We know that there's been contact, and evidence of contact is there all over Sumeria in terms of the seals, in terms of other artifacts. And if we look for evidence of impact, contact is one thing. What about the evidence of impact? We can look at epistemology itself. In India, we clearly have epistemology in the darshanas. And among the darshanas, we got Vaisheshika, and we know about perception and inference, with external perception from the sense objects, internal through the mind, and inference reaching new conclusion and truth from observations, previous truths, and applying reason. So very clear scientific processes over there. And we can also talk about antiquity of darshanas. In earlier talks, I talked about that and said how we accept the traditional dating for Buddha in 1800 BCE. Vaisheshika comes before that, but after Mimamsa, after Samkhya, and the Rig Veda composition. So we can say it's a pretty ancient philosophical system that we've had in India. If you look at Mesopotamian epistemology, we see that they have several models, one of them in Babylon especially, and more so in Neo-Babylon rather than Old Babylon. Imagination, that's a process of clarifying the randomness found in nature. In other words, like a hypothesis. I see a phenomena, I want to know what that is, I use my imagination and say, this is the model that is there. And some deductive logic using logical causal relationships and observation. We are seeing perception, inference at work over here. So this is a medium quality data, but nevertheless, we can see a commonality in philosophical approach to epistemology. And if you look at the texts in Babylon, texts in or Sumeria and other places, and Indian texts, one of the big things is the Great Flood, right? So we have got the Great Flood, and Gopal Stave, he shows 9 commonalities in Shatapatha Brahmana, Mahabharata, and this Utanapistim, which is the Babylonian Gilgamesh text, famous accounts over there. Then going on to creation account, there are several similarities that Gopal shows in these 2 texts. And the deities itself, 7 Babylonian deities identified with the Pleiades, and we are seeing that in India, we have the Kritikas, who are the wives of the Saptarishis, the 7 rishis. So there are some commonalities we see even in these texts. And some people have also called out the linguistic aspects of the Sumerian language and what they refer to as, inverted quotes, a proto-Dravidian kind of a language, and trying to see some lexical terms and cognates. And they are trying to say that, yes, it appears that Elamites, there appears to be several cognates over here. And we have several researchers in Tamil Nadu also who try to find correspondences between Old Tamil and Sumerian. It is interesting to see these cognates and so on, but we can't go any beyond that at this point. I call it medium quality data at this point. And we have a high quality data that came out in 2022 on archaeobotany. This is a paper that came in Nature that is talking about the prevalence of several crops in the Mesopotamian region. And in particular, we look at millets. And we see that, for example, those yellow dots over here is 3rd millennium BC, the blue is 2nd millennium, and so on. So it has come over here through the maritime route, and the only place it can come from is from India, where we see evidences of, in India, archaeobotany showing very, very ancient finds in the Harappa culture. And so we are seeing that it's probably migrated from here to there. So we have evidence of contact as well as transmission of a farming knowledge, perhaps over here. Then going on to migrations through natural disasters, we know from climatology that we have experienced several mega events in the past, but in particular, we are concerned with this 4,200 years ago when there was a 200-year drought that apparently doomed the Indus Valley. And we got several studies that talk about that as high quality data over here from 2017, a Nature paper that tried to make measurements of oxygen isotopes. So by looking at the ratio of the normal natural oxygen in the isotope O18, they're able to say periods of wetness and periods of dryness, make some calibrated calls on these things. And so this paper comes out of this graph that shows over here with time, this is going to the present and this is going to the past over here. And so the dry periods are shown in this orange bar over here, and the wet periods are shown in this downward blue arrow. And you can see that in this period from 2000 BC or so on, India experienced about 200 years of a dry spell. And so we can validate this with climatology and so on. And so this is interesting. If the India experienced monsoon failure, we can imagine that Southern India, which normally relies on monsoons, would have been a dust bowl. Northern India is fed by glacial melt rivers, and they probably would have thinned out and caused stress to the people there who must have migrated out. And we have a high quality data. Once again, this came in Science in 2019 that is talking about cattle genomics. And this says that the Indian familiar humped bull Bos indicus suddenly went up in this Mediterranean region, basically in northern Iraq, southern Turkey, or Anatolia, in other words. And in that area, they see that all of a sudden you have an introgression of zebu Bos indicus from the Indus Valley, stimulated by the onset of the current geological age, 4,200 years ago, by widespread multi-century drought. So clearly we have evidence of Indians moving out and landing up in this fertile crescent along with their cattle in addition, which are adapted to arid conditions. Then we have evidence about the Mitannis and the Hittites. There are several people who have talked about this. And we know that the Mitannis, for example, the elite at least over there, who seem to have a Sanskritic kind of a culture over there, looking at the names of the rulers like Tushratta and so on. So for example, this Mitanni ruler, Tushratta, he wrote a letter to the Egyptian pharaoh Amenhotep in 1350, preserved in a museum over here. And so over there, they've invoked the Aryan deity, what they call inverted quotes again. So the Vedic deities of Agni, Ashwins, Indra, and so on. So we are seeing these things in the very famous horse training manual in Hittites, which is also talking about the very, very familiar numerals that we have over here. So there is clear evidence that in this region, this is a Persian Gulf, we got Babylon over here, the Kassites, the Elamites lived somewhere in this region, going on to where Mitannis are, where today's northern Iraq is, and to the Hatti people of the Hittites in Turkey, southern Turkey. We have evidence that Indians have probably moved into all of these regions, and they must have taken their knowledge systems also with them, and I'll show one or two slides on that. And we have evidence, for example, if you look at this Egyptian medicine, it is intriguing that In Old Kingdom, we don't have any evidence of ancient knowledge systems or so on in Egypt, but most of the knowledge comes from this Smith papyrus, Ebers papyrus, Moscow papyrus, Kahun papyrus. All of these things are dated to 1800 BC, 1500, 1600 BC, and so on. Intriguingly, after the mega drought in Indian region, people have moved out. And if one were to compare some of the contents of Atharva Veda, for example, and some of these texts over here, we see a similar kind of pedagogy or even scholarship over here. The contents are magic, just like Atharva Veda has got spells or mantras in addition to procedures. You're seeing a similar kind of thing, which is referred to as magic over here, as well as trauma surgery, gynecology, and all of these kinds of things. And this essay by J.F. Royal, which is in 1837, he's referencing that in pages 116 to 115, that there are several plants and materials from India that were used in Egypt for making their medicines. So clearly hinting at knowledge transfer from India for medical purposes in Egypt. So clear ideas of there. This is a pretty low quality evidence, but I just found it interesting and put it over there. So this is from a social media post, which shows an acrobat. They call it an acrobat doing this kind of posture, but it's very similar to yoga asana posture that we have. So interesting to see this. Then we have another, what I referenced as a low quality data over here from Babylon. There is this Berosus. He published this work, Babylonica, which is around this 290 BCE and so on. And in this book, there is this intriguing number, 432,000 years, which is the duration of Kali Yuga that we have in the Indian context. So very interesting to see these things are similar between what Indians have used and this reference to this in Babylon in addition. So an intriguing reference over here. Then this paper, which not too thrilled with it, I call it a medium quality paper, but they had access to genetic data from some skeletons in Syria and so on. And upon investigating the genomics of that, either the maternal mitochondrial DNA or the Y chromosomal DNA, they tried and they found that the matches are there perhaps in Bengal or in Tamil Nadu. The closest matches perhaps could be over there. And they were talking about this Indo-Roman trade, during which there must have been trader families settled in Mesopotamia. And that is why we have this particular linkage. This is an interesting medium quality data over here, where in the island of Crete, there's a palace, or Gnosis Palace, if I'm not mistaken. And on restoring the palace and the frescoes on the walls, they found these blue monkeys, the langurs over there. Very, very interesting to see that, given that these are not endemic to the Greek island or any of those regions. These are Indian animals. So in 1600 BCE, if they were there much before the philosopher period and so on, so it's clearly hinting that even in Minoan times, there probably was intellectual trade, culture, as well as intellectual activity between India and these regions. And in several of my talks, I have remarked on how there is so much of similarity between the Purana stories in India and the stories from Greece. And so one such story is Missing Seventh Sister that talks of the Pleiades and how we can only see 6 of the Pleiades stars. The 7th one is not visible. And that story has got such a striking parallel with the Indian story in the Markandeya Purana that is talking about how the wives of the Saptarishis were accused of illicit activity, and 6 of them were accused. They left their husbands and became the Kritika Nakshatra, whereas the 7th sister was Arundhati, whose chastity is legendary. She stayed back with her husband Vashishta in this Great Bear or Saptarishi constellation. So interesting to see that the stories also, with minor twists here and there, with little changes here and there, they're essentially exactly the same. So I know some people have studied this as so-called comparative mythology, inverted quotes, but looking at this in the context of the stories and others, we get some insights into knowledge transfers from India in this time frame. Then we got other medium quality data. For example, this is from Higgins' work, where he's talking about other historians, for example, Eusebius over here, saying that the people in Egypt have come from the Indus River, planted themselves to the south of Egypt, and from Ethiopia, having crossed the Red Sea from Arabia. That's the route you would take. If you come from India, that's the route you would take to come here. One more historian, Herodotus, says there were two Ethiopian nations, one in India, the other in Egypt, and he got his information from the Egyptian priests. And this other philosopher, this Philostratus, is saying the gymnosophists, or the naked philosophers, he refers to them as Ethiopian, but I doubt they are Ethiopian, settled near the sources of the Nile, descended from the Brahmins of India, and so on. So we are seeing that there is references to philosophical content, the practices and customs of Indians, so clearly showing contact at the very least, in addition to knowledge itself. Then going on to the philosopher period, ancient Greece, Roman period, 600 BC, and so on. If you look at Greek epistemology, so the Greeks, by their own accounts, they got their knowledge from the Hittites. And the Hittites, we are seeing, has got a very early linkage with ancient India through this monsoon failure period and so on. And there are other talks of mine where I pointed out some more medical knowledge in the Hittites, the Mitannis, and so on. So if you look at the later philosopher periods in the Greeks, the big three are Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle. Now, Socrates did not write much, but his student, Plato, he recounted Socrates' work and he was writing about it. And Plato says there are three sources of knowledge: knowledge obtained from the senses, that is, knowledge of objects, color, taste, touch, etc., but he does not consider that as real knowledge. And he says that the highest degree of knowledge is knowledge through the mind or wisdom. Highest degree of knowledge includes virtues like truth, goodness, and beauty. So we're seeing echoes of Vaisheshika that is talking about external perception, internal perception, external perception, the sense objects, not so reliable, internal perception through understanding, and so on, to a higher degree of knowledge. So we're seeing a very similar epistemology over here. And the question is it coincidental, or is this a clear transfusion of Indic knowledge via other sources going on to the Greeks, if not a direct transmission? Then in the recorded Greek contact, we are seeing from at least 6th century BC itself, in the time of Darius, who was in Gandhara and Sindh, the Persian ruler. There are records of Greeks and Indians living in Persia, and we know about Skylax is supposed to have navigated the Indus in 509 BCE, and Xerxes, who led this Greek army in 480 BC against Athens. And in that army, there were divisions of Gandharans and Indians, so we know about that. And also we know Pyrrhon was a philosopher who traveled with Alexander and the founder of skeptic school of thought, and Patroclus, whose map of India was used by Eratosthenes and so on. So there are very, very clear transmission mechanisms and people who in Greek accounts have taken Indian knowledge systems. And we look at Indians in Xerxes' army, 480 BCE. This picture was released by this archaeologist, Angela O'Brien, and it shows in a museum all the arrowheads and used in this war in Athens. And this stele over here shows some of the Indians in addition over here, the Shaka over here, the Hindus, the Gandhara people who are also part of this army over here. So very interesting to see that they might have used perhaps these arrowheads itself in those fights. And all of us know the Library of Alexandria, which is set up in this port in Alexandria, the Mediterranean port. So we also know that Eratosthenes, his day job was as the chief librarian at the Library of Alexandria, set up by Ptolemy, 3rd century BC, reputed to have 40,000 works, and it was an important component of transmission of knowledge to the West. So we know that people were required, any birthing ship is required to part with their books or copying with in the library, according to Galen. And thinkers like, I know C.K. Raju does not consider Euclid, but their own traditions say that Euclid used this Library of Alexandria, Archimedes, Eratosthenes, and others who use the resources of this library. So very, very interesting to see this. And we have other eyewitness accounts. Clement of Alexandria, early Christian writer, 150 to 215 current era. And here, once again, he's saying Plato does not deny that he procured all that is most excellent in philosophy from the barbarians. he admits came into Egypt. So part of Indian knowledge systems is also the philosophy of India. And here we have Clement saying that Plato is himself not denying that he got it from India, which he came across in Egypt. And he's saying barbarians honor their lawgivers and teachers, designating them as gods, like gurus are like gods for us. They think good souls on quitting the super celestial region submit to this, assuming a body share in the ills, very similar to this. They make laws and publish philosophy. And he says the philosophy cultivated publicly by all Brahmins, strictly defied by the race of the Egyptians, Chaldeans, the Arabians, and other such people. And he's saying Plato is found perpetually celebrating the barbarians, remembering that both himself and Pythagoras learned the most noblest of the dogmas among the barbarians. So clearly we are seeing these things. Pythagoras was a hero of the Galatii and the Brahmins, and so on. So we are seeing this time and again in early writings of the Romans and the others, that philosophy itself came from India to the Greeks, and with that epistemology, with that ways of thinking. And another intriguing thing that I see is not a single Indian writer seems to be talking about the Greeks, whereas we have a whole host of Greek writers who are talking about India. So clearly, the Greeks were very interested in India because the knowledge was there, the money was there, and everything through trade. So they were interested in knowing more about India, but Indians couldn't care less. And we don't see much of Greek knowledge from India. And Pythagoras, I've talked about him in the past. There are several accounts of him in Apollonius of Tyana, in Marlowe's work or Albert Burke's work, that are talking about Pythagoras coming and learning from India, believing in the doctrine of transmigration, becoming a vegetarian, and starting a Gurukulam style of school. All of these things hint at some kind of borrowings from India. Democritus, who lived in this time frame, referred the West loves these self-exalting labels, so is referred to as the father of modern science. But Cicero in De Finibus and Strabo in this book says that he visited India, and it's in India that he probably got much of his knowledge over here. So that several things that I don't want to talk much about it, but I'm putting this at least to meeting quality data that is referencing where these people got the knowledge from. One more transmission to the Greeks, we look at Ayurveda itself, Ayurveda Tridosha system, as well as the Panchamahabhuta system. It's talking about hot, cold, and light and such things. And we see Hippocrates, he's supposed to have proposed this system called humors, where they had the yellow bile, blood, phlegm, and this black bile with a hot, dry, cold, wet kind of conditions. Very, very similar over here. And if we look at who Hippocrates was, his background shows he's a student of Democritus who was clearly exposed to Indian knowledge systems. We also know that there were Buddhist transmissions from 5th century to 4th century BC. There were transmissions of Indian knowledge via the Buddhists. And we also know later on with Indo-Greek contact from Alexander onwards, who ordered translation of works for his teacher Aristotle, Library of Alexandria, setting up for East to West transmission. So we have a lot of information about transmission to the Greeks in this period. J.F. Royal, he shows that the materia medica of Greeks and Romans clearly borrowed from the Indians because their materials require spices and plants that are only found in India. So that itself shows that there is transmission happening over here. Then we look at trigonometry itself. Western claims, once again, self-exalted label. Hipparchus is the father of trigonometry. But what he has got appears to be the chord tables that we see over here, which is not trigonometry as we know it, which is right-angled triangle. And we are seeing these right-angled triangles in Surya Siddhanta, for example, and so on. Aryabhatta uses it, and so on. So we are seeing that clearly what they seem to have is an inferior form of the method of mathematics that has been used by ancient Indian astronomers. Then we have evidence of more contact through the Periplus of Erythraean Sea, which is a Roman port sailors' document that says where in India can they do trading. So typically they would come from Mediterranean ports and berth at Alexandria, and they'd cross this land bridge and come to the Red Sea, where Indian ships would be waiting for them. And when the monsoon winds are favorable, they would navigate them and take them to these ports for trading. And when the conditions are correct again, the winds are right, they make the return journey back. So this is the way they work. And we know that they were trading in spice, wine, gold, ivory, metals, cloth, and clearly also contact in terms of knowledge systems and so on. And this is a recent find, maybe just a couple of months old, that is talking about Kushan era Brahmi was found in Egypt. And Vedavir Arya has translated this, saying that it is Sanskrit inscription in Brahmi script found in Berenike, Egypt, recording some pious act of a Kshatrapa. So he's talking about that. This is found over here, and there are also coins issued by Shaka king Rudrasena III. Also, Greek inscription was found in that place, and Buddha pieces of Buddha statues are found over there. Then the famous Pompeii Lakshmi, which is found in Pompeii, destroyed in 79, I think Mount Vesuvius eruption. And this is an ivory statue found over there, which is supposed to have originated in Shatavahana Empire. Once again, an example of Indo-Roman trade relations at that particular time. Then we have a pretty high quality data if you look at Dioscorides. Dioscorides is a Greek physician, 50 to 70 current era, who wrote a 5-volume Materia Medica with large number of Indian herbs, recipes for drugs, and this was used for 16 centuries in Europe to make their drugs. And we are finding the evidence, for example, I've collated some of them over here. You can see some of these plants, Malabarathon, this Nardos, and some of these things. These are all Indian plants, grows only in India. And clearly Dioscorides is referencing them. They were got with the Indo-Roman trade, and it was used in Europe at that time. Then we have evidence of that Indo-Roman trade also in Tamil Nadu. If you go to Arikameda, which is just below the modern Puducherry, if you go there, this is me over there several years ago, you find the remnants over there, the Roman-style walls over there. Behind this is the remains archaeology. ASI has covered this up with mud, but we know that this port was mentioned in Periplus of Erythraean Sea. They traded in dyed muslin, glass beads. Mortimer Wheeler dated that to around 100 BC to 100 current era because he found a bust of Augustus Caesar over there. Vimla Begley in 8992, she revised the date to 200 BCE, but she said that she could not dig there any deeper because the water table was quite high over there and she could not keep the water out even with a large pump. So she stopped at dating of 200 BC, but glass beads from Arikimedu have been found in Bali, Japan, and such places. And this came in January of this year from the Israel Antiquities Authority, who went prospecting in the ancient garbage dumps of the Indo-Roman trade, the Silk trade, and other such places. So they went over there to look at the remnants of what kind of garbage was left over there, and they found these swatches of cloth. And these were from the cotton cloth, at least 1,300 years old. By looking at this, one would not guess they were so old, but perhaps pretty modern. That shows the quality of Indian cloth, all the way from very fine muslin to thick and coarse linen. All these cotton cloths were being made by Indians and traded over here. So contact is very clear over here. Silk Road also, we have, in addition to the sea route, we have the land route, where India was on the informal Silk Route, trading with Mediterranean countries on this side, Southeast Asia on this side. And we know that the Boer manuscript was found in the Xinjiang province in the late 1800s. It is a document that is written in Gupta Prakrit, I guess, and it contains the several of the ancient Indian medical knowledge. Charaka Samhita mentions Bera Samhita and others. So the fact that medical text was found in the Silk Route says that Indian knowledge is also transmitted along this route. In medieval period, Dioscorides already talked about him, Byzantine emperor. He persecuted the Nestorians who fled to Kerala in 489 current era, and they were a source of transmission to Syria. And we know that Nestorians and Greeks, they fled Christianization because they were being persecuted over there. And they went to Jundishapur in Persia, which was the center of Indian medicine and learning. In fact, Anushirwan, who was a Persian king before Islam, he sent his vizier to India to get medical texts, and again, evidence of that. Jundishapur, this is the place where Indian knowledge was prevalent. We know about that. Trade routes, it's a pretty low quality data over here, but we have evidence that Jews were in India for a pretty long time, the Kerala coast, right from the time of this king called Solomon. and the second temple was destroyed by the Romans in 70 current era. There were Jews who settled in Kerala at that time. Then during the Spanish Inquisition, we know in 1568, the white Jewish community called Pardesis, they also left and lived over here. When Israel was formed, they all migrated out. We know about that. And they had contacts, and that was a conduit for knowledge transmissions again. And the Kerala Syrian Christian Church through the Nestorians. The Nestorians had a philosophical difference with the Byzantine Christians at that time in terms of the divinity of Christ, for which they were called heretical, and they were persecuted, and they fled to Persia, spread to Kerala, because they were also wherever the trading route, but they maintained their connection with Edessa. So we look at Edessa, we have Antioch, Nisibis, Edessa. These are the Syrian centers of learning, part of the Seleucid Empire, later on the Parthian Empire. We know Syrian and Armenian merchants had long trade relations with Kerala, Tamil Nadu, and so on. And these schools studied theology, philosophy, medicine from India, mathematics. And these works are translated later in Baghdad in the House of Wisdom into Arabic and formed part of this transmission conduit over here. We have, for example, a statement from a Syrian bishop, Severus Sebokht, who is criticizing the Greeks and saying, you Greeks are so much of snobs and so on. But if you know about the Indians who have got far superior ways of computing and so on, then you will be humbled. In a sense, that is what he's saying over here. But to us, it says that, yes, the Syrians were aware of Indian numbers, Indian mathematics, maybe multiplication, maybe addition, whatever. It is much better than the Greek way of doing things. So that awareness is there. So this is what we infer from this. And people ask, is there any evidence of Armenia having contact with India? Yes, we have got evidence of an Indian community in Armenia, 5th century BCE. This is from Gregory's disciple called Zeno Clark, who says that is the Indian community that was over there. And Alexander's army is supposed to have included Armenians who showed how to go on the land road to India because they were traders, part of the Silk Road. So they knew how to go to India. They showed Alexander the way to go there. Xenophon, the historian, says Armenians knew Indian geography, economic life, and so on. This theologian is saying Hindu language is musical. This Thomas Kanna was a trader who sought sanctuary in Malabar coast in 780 current era. There's a guidebook to Indian cities in Armenian written in the 12th century. In the Middle Ages, their cities had become centers for trade with India and several things. In 1688, their merchants who helped the British now, first Alexander, then later they helped the British find a land route to go to India, and they were granted the status of free citizens of England. Akbar, we know, married an Armenian woman, and that we know that communities emerged in Kolkata, Chennai, Mumbai, Agra, and other places. And these are centers, once again, for transmission of Indian knowledge through the Armenian contacts in addition. So from there, we quickly go the remaining time to medieval, Islamic, colonial, and so on. We know that after bin Qasim's time, the Indian knowledge was taken out. People like Al-Fazari, Ibn Sina, Abd Ali bin Ali, and others, they translated a whole lot of Indian works into Persian, into Arabic. Some of the greatest minds of the Persian world, of the Arabic world, use Indian works. Baghdad House of Wisdom was set up in Harun al-Rashid. Translation school for Sanskrit, Greek, Syrian works, and many, many works are done. It was destroyed later during the Mongol invasion, but a famous mathematician, Al-Tusi, he rescued 400,000 manuscripts, which was an important source of transmission to the West again later. He went to Azerbaijan with those texts and part of the transmission. We know from 1000 current era to 1700, several works were translated by the Muslims and taken from India. And we have records by Al-Baruni talking about Indian mathematics. Several other people were talking about Indian numbers, which they refer to as Al-Gobar, because Indians wrote on dust. And various time frames, you can see people are talking about Indian numbers. They're referencing numbers from 1 to 9 only. They did not seem to know about the 0, but we are seeing that. And in medieval Europe, even in medieval Europe, for example, Leonardo of Pisa, there's a Diveli Dei, as well as a rabbi. they're all talking about Indian numbers. So clearly we have evidence of Indian knowledge systems available in medieval Europe in the 10th century and so on. Gerbert of Aurillac, we know 1000 current era, who's aware of Indian works, numbers, mathematics, multiplication. He had the abacus and so on. Leonardo Fibonacci, whose father had a trading post in Algeria, he traveled with him, and from the Muslim merchants, he learned the Indian way of doing mathematics and numbers, and he wrote this book, this Liber Abaci, where he talked about what he called Hindu-Arabic numerals in Europe. And the transmission to Europe, we know, happened via the Muslims. Having taken Indian knowledge during the invasion of India, we know that it was injected into southern Spain. In northern Spain, in Toledo, there's a translation school where they only translated, this shows over here, in 12th to 13th centuries, they translated works from Arabic into Latin. And we know Gerard of Cremona, who translated 87 Arabic texts to Latin at Toledo, mathematics, astronomy, medicine, and so on. In Italy, also in Sicily, for example, there were translation schools, 11th to 13th century. I'm running out of time, so I will not read all of these things, but we had several people who were translating Indian works into from Arabic into Latin. And this is an interesting piece of data that from British Library a couple of years ago. They said it's a 12th century book that shows medical processes. To me, it was very interesting because it's exactly what Sushruta is talking about. He talks about cataract surgery. He talks about hemorrhoids. He talks about nasal growth and how to remove these things through surgery. And Britain has just learned that because there were translations in Toledo, and from Toledo, diffusion has happened, and they have just learned this, and they have illustrated these works. And we have evidence of Indian numerals through various Muslim translations that's come to Europe by multiple mechanisms over here. This Codex Vigilanus by 3 monks, Gerbert, who became Sylvester, Fibonacci, we talked about him. But Adam Ries, who was a German, in 1522, he wrote a book for computers who are like our accountants of today, where he talked about how to use Indian positional arithmetic and decimal usage. He wrote this work at a time when printing press was available, and his book became an overnight sensation all over Europe. Almost overnight, Europeans stopped using Latin numerals and Roman numerals and started using Indian methods. And it's just 100 years after this Newton came. So one can imagine some of these things. Here's a book from 1556, Robert Record, a British book that shows a master scholar style of teaching, where the master is teaching him how to cube a number, 5541, multiplied by that, shift and add multiplication to get this huge number. This is the first for Britain. And like I said, 100 years later is Newton. So in 100 years, are ramped up from not able to do any kind of mathematics to apparently calculus kind of level. So there are flags going up. That's the bottom line. And we have evidence from 1200 to 1300, Marco Polo, several travelers, 1400 travelers like De Conti and Alfonsi, Nikitin and others who have traveled to India taking knowledge. I don't have the time to show how the thoughts of Aryabhatta would have influenced Copernicus, all the way from Alphonsine tables through the Gerard of Cremona's works, through the teachers of Copernicus up to Copernicus, how the DNA of Indian thought has percolated in Europe. Very interesting to see this example. And clearly, we are seeing that after the Spanish Inquisition, this condemnation of Paris, Roman Inquisition, many of the so-called Renaissance scholars were scared to say where they got this knowledge from, which was from Muslim Spain, because they were seen as agents of Satan if they did that, with savage retribution. So they hid their sources and passed off Indian works as their own original knowledge. Because they don't give citation, they're all plagiarizing over here at this point. And colonial transmissions, I don't have to go in detail about this. I think you're aware that we had 1500s, a whole lot of Portuguese who landed in India, including Portuguese scientists. And we've had the Dutch who landed in Tranquebar. Bartholomew Ziegenbalg collected so many books. There's a bibliography of just the books that he collected, an entire book of that. The French in Tamil Nadu who had the largest collection of Shaiva Siddhanta, for example. And we had the British who collected enormous numbers of works. Some examples of colonial period transmission, Garcia de Orta in Goa, who wrote a work on Ayurveda, translated to Latin by Clusius. this Dutch botanist Hendrik van Riet, or Johann Koenig of Carl Linnaeus' pupil, who used Indian herbs and so on. So we have clearly a whole lot of people and evidences of books that they wrote with Indian knowledge systems. Yukti Bhasha, I think Dr. Professor Raju has talked about this at length, so I will not go over there. In fact, this is a compendium of his works. So we know that these works have been transmitted to Europe much earlier than Wish's paper through the Syrian Christian Church and Armenian trade and so on. So in conclusion, my quick roundup that India has always been a source of knowledge, but it's a footnote in Western accounts on contributions to knowledge systems and sciences and so on. The absurdity can be seen by the fact that Indians have had contact with the largest time stable civilization, a place where the epistemology and everything prefers knowledge generation, which is absent in other parts of the world because they had theological philosophies for a long time, whether it is Islam, Christianity, or Judaism, which does not allow truth seeking for the fear of blasphemy, whereas Indians were seekers for a long time. So we're seeing prior to 3000 BC, I didn't talk about this, but from 3000 to 2000 BC, Harappan trade, then 2000 BC, monsoon failure induced migration to Fertile Crescent, the philosopher period, post-Alexander, the Roman trade, Periplus of Erythraean Sea, Silk Road. This is, of course, to Southeast Asia. I didn't talk about that. Medieval trade with Syria, Armenia, Persia, Arabs to Abbasid Empire, and trade thereon to Europe. The Muslim period, translation of works to Arabic, Persian. Colonial era, major translation of works to English, German, and French, all the way to present times when Vedanta provides models for much of the quantum phenomena, where one cannot very easily imagine the nature of reality and those kinds of things. It continues to inspire in giving us models. Vedanta continues to do that. So the transmission of knowledge continues from India to the present day. Okay, with that, I will stop and Meg, do we take Q&A now, or do we have no time for that?
Thank you, first of all, Dr. Vedam, for your presentation, for the details you have specified in it, and also classifying your evidence into 3 categories. There are a few questions which are specific, perhaps, to your presentation, which you might want to respond to in the Q&A box. You could just type out the answers that you find are specific to your question, to your presentation. With that, I'd like to invite our next speaker for today, Mahamahopadhyay, Dr. Professor Korada Subramaniam ji. Professor Korada Subramaniam, he's going to speak on the topic, the Indian theories and Western hypothesis of language. Now, Korada Subramaniam ji, he was born in 54. He's a Sanskrit grammarian and a scholar from Hyderabad. He was a professor of Sanskrit at the University of Hyderabad. And he was born into a family of Vedic scholars hailing from the Godavari Delta region, known as Konasima. His areas of expertise include the Ashtadasha Vidya itself, philosophy of language and translation. He's well known and he's well versed in the Mahabhashya, Vakyapadiya, Laghu Manjusha, Shloka Vartikam, and Tantra Vartikam. For those who want to explore more about his works, you can visit his blogs, which is called koradiyam.blogspot.com. With those very few words, I'd like to invite Mahamahopadhyay to share his views on this topic. Thank you for joining us today, Professor.
Shri Ganeshaya Namaha. Thank you very much, Meghaji, for giving me a chance to Indic Academy and viewers as well. Today, I would like to discuss certain issues related to the so-called linguistics from the Western point of view. And from Indian point of view, there are a number of systems which deal with the so-called linguistics or science of language. Actually, it all started the tradition of linguistic theories, right from Varna down to Mahavakyam. We are going to touch each aspect that has been there since time immemorial on Indian soil. So, whereas in the Western world, including Russia, they started this kind of studies roughly after Second World War. So, I have authored a book called Theories of Language, Oriental and Occidental. So that in a nutshell, I put the theories of both the Western scholars as well as those emanated from India in different systems like Shiksha, Vyakaranam, Niruktam, Mimamsa, Nyaya Vaisheshika, and so on. It is the only book available wherein both the theories are available. So what happens is the very perspective of, looking at the language, how they look at the language is different when compared with the Western scholars. But what happened is the libraries in India are dumped with books, more books rather, that are written taking the so-called theories. Actually, they are hypotheses, not theories. Okay, authored by the Western scholars, but totally there was a failure because they did not live up to the standard. They could not offer a sustainable theory for language at any level. So actually, if we take, it is called a Shabda. Shabda is untranslatable, although you put W in capital. Shabda is untranslatable because it is pregnant with meaning. There are a number of meanings. Varnaha, Prakritihi, Pratyayaha, Padam, Vakyam, Avantar Vakyam, Mahavakyam, Para, Pashyanti, Madhyama, Vaikhari, the Dhvanihi, and Shabda Pramanam. All these 14 or 15 meanings are there for the term Shabda. Therefore, it is better adapted rather than rendered into any other language. So generally, Westerners do words like that. Anyway, so now what happens is, in Indian subcontinent, we have been following, because the origins of linguistic analysis are there in Vedas, and the same are elaborated and explained with examples by different systems of Indian philosophy. There are 6 main systems called Vedangas, which are limbs of Veda, which are useful tools to understand any Vedic sentence. Shiksha, Vyakaranam, Niruktam, then Jyotisham, Kalpa. These are the 6 Vedangas. I'll touch briefly. Then there are darshanas. Actually, 12 darshanas. Among them, 6 are called Astika darshanas. Poromimamsa, which is also called Vakya Shastram, and then Vedanta, Nyaya, Vaisheshika, Yoga, and Sankhya. Almost in all these darshanas, also the theories of language, interpretation, etc., are discussed thoroughly. But depending on the importance each one of them dealt with, they are named Padashastram. For example, Vyakaranam is now called Padashastram. That does not mean that only word or Padam is taken up for discussion and so on. Right from Varna down to Mahavakyam, that is, you can call it discourse. Okay, all these items are discussed in Vyakarana. Same is the case with Pramana Shastram or Nyaya Vaisheshika combined. That is, there also Pramanas are important. Pratyaksha, Anumana, Upamana, Shabda Pramanas are mainly discussed. And in Mimamsa also, especially Poromimamsa, which is called Vakya Shastram, the right from Varna down to Mahavakyam, all the items are discussed thoroughly. Now, one main difference between the Oriental, that is Indian theories of language, and the Western so-called theories is that here in India, that is actually Sanskritam only. Later on, different vernaculars have borrowed from Sanskritam. So in Sanskritam, here language is, or its analysis is associated with dharma, roughly philosophy, we say. Whereas in Western countries, they simply have a mundane outlook and they say language is just language like that. So here, language is actually compared with the very cause of the universe that is called Brahman, called Shabda Brahma. So he is on a par with Brahman. Without Brahman, that is, Brahman is again taken as consciousness and all that. What is the difference between a living body and a dead body? That is just the consciousness. So if there is consciousness, one can speak. The indriyas, the sense organs can work. Otherwise, they cannot. So consciousness itself is considered as vak by Bhartrhari in Vakyapadiyam. Okay, otherwise, drishyate kashthakujavat. It looks like a dry stick or just like a wall without consciousness. Okay, so therefore, consciousness is the very cause of the Shabda or vak. Anyway, vak or Shabda both are the same. So now what happens? Before going to delve at the very analysis offered by different systems from Western world, let us see what is our Indian tradition, what our Indian tradition says. Shabda is of 4 types: Vaikhari, Madhyama or Sphota, Pashyanti and Para. So Paravak is at the end of the spinal cord and it is not visible. It is directly Brahman itself. It is not visible. Then Pashyanti Vak is at the navel. Pashyanti Navi Samsthita. I am not quoting from Sanskrit texts because for temporal considerations, the time is less. So it is there at the navel, and rishis like Panini, Patanjali, Katyayana, etc. have got the splitting of a Shabda as a Prakriti and Pratyaya, root and suffix. And coming down to the line, there is, there it is Sphota or Madhyama Vak. Madhyama Vak is actually considered to be the very cause of the Vak and having the meaning. So this is also called Sphota. What is this Sphota? Sphatati arthaha asmaditi Sphotaha. Sputyate iti arthopi Sphotaha. Sphota refers to both Shabda and Artha. Okay, so Bhartrhari in Vakyapadiyam Brahmakanda says, Dvavavadana Shabdeshu Shabdau Shabdavido Viduhu Eko Nimittam Shabdanam Aparorthe Priyujyate. Here, what happens is 2 kinds of Shabda is there. What are they? Vaikhari and Sphota. Madhyama Vak, doesn't matter much. Vaikhari is Vikara means body. The one which emanates from the body is called, it is called Vaikhari. So the actual sounds that are heard, audible sounds are called Vaikhari. But the problem is there. From Vaikhari, if a speaker pronounces a sentence consists of a number of course, words and then letters. But each letter disappears as soon as it is pronounced. So by the time a person, the speaker, pronounces a sentence consisting of, say, 10 letters, okay, all the earlier 9 letters are gone. Only the 10th letter, that is the last one, is heard. Nevertheless, the listener, the Shrota, claims, I got the meaning. I got the meaning of the sentence. How? That means simultaneity. That means being available at a single point of time of all the letters, all the 10 letters, is impossible. Now, it is not there in our experience. Nevertheless, the listener, Shrota, claims, I understood the meaning. How? How is it possible? This is the basic question. So the question is answered like this. No, not like that. This Shabda is taken here in this context in two forms. One is Vaikari. The second one is Spata. What do you mean by Spata? A Shabda without any internal differences like Varna, Pada, and so on. It is already there in the mind of both speaker and the listener. And the Vaikari Shabda, when it is pronounced, for example, go, okay, let us see what is the speech process quickly. If the speaker looks at a thing, recollects the Shabda related to that Artha. Artha can be meaning or Artha can be the real thing that is being denoted by a Shabda. That means when you pronounce a word like cow, the cow image is there in your mind as well as it is there available. Some are available, some are not available. For example, love, hatred, such things are not available. Only bhava one can have in the mind. That is a separate discussion. So one wants to speak about a cow. First he looks at a cow and then recollects the Shabda that is already there in his mind due to earlier experience, and then tries to pronounce the Shabda. How Shabda is produced is clearly, beautifully explained in Shiksha by Panini, and the same is available in Sangeeta Shastra. Okay, and then the same is available in Mimamsa also. Okay, so the mind has got some wish, it pushes the air, it gets connected with the fire that is there in the body, Vaishvaniraha. Okay, so with the help of the Agni, the air is pushed up, it touches different speech organs, and the sound is produced. This is roughly what is explained by Panini in Shiksha Shastra. Now, so this from speaker's point of view, from first it is Artha, then he recollects the Shabda, and then the Shabda Vyapara, that is speech, takes up, then it is pronounced, and the sounds with the help of a medium that is Vayu travel to the ears of the Shrota or listener. They enter the mind of the Shrota through the ears. Mind is very important. No Indriya, sense organ, can work without mind, Manas. So the Shabda sounds enter the Manas and wake up Spata. They just wake up the Shabda that is already there in the mind. Then you may say, but suppose someone said Raja. Why not? How can you say that it is not taken as Jara, old age? No, it is not taken because the Shabda, both Vaikari and Spata Shabda, are akin to each other. So in whatever krama, sequence, Ga, Au, Visarga, in the same order, Raja, R, A, J, A, in the same order, the sounds enter, Vaikari Shabda enters the mind and it wakes up a similar Shabda that is already there recorded in the mind of the listeners, Shrota. So there will not be any problem like this. That means a Shabda waking up a different thought Shabda like that. So then automatically, then he recollects the meaning of that Shabda, okay, in Spata, and says, yes, I understand cow, I understand go, like that. But is there any roughly proof to say that both the Vaikari Shabda and the Spata Shabda are akin, are one and the same? Yes. Slightly just go out of this thing. In Ramayanam, it is described that Hanuman was speaking to Sri Rama, Sita, and the monkeys, etc. How is it possible? How can a person just speak like that? The answer is given in 3rd Adhyaya, 17th Sutra of Yoga Anushasanam. before going to that, just one point, 3 doshas are there. Vak dosha, the defects of Shabda, Manodosha, defects of Manas, and Sharirika dosha, defects of body. In order to see that people will get rid of these doshas, 3 doshas, Patanjali authored 3 works. For getting the people to get rid of the Vak doshas, he authored Mahabhashyam. This is the only work that can be called Mahabhashyam. That is a vast commentary-like thing, okay, on Panini Sutras and Kachayana Vartikas. In order to see that the mental defects will not be there for people, then he authored Yoganushasana. Yoga Shasanam by Hiranyagarbha, Yoganushasana is by Patanjali. Then, in order to see that the problems, defects of body will not affect the people, he authored Charaka Sutram. Only some sutras are available. So now we are quoting from Yoganushasana. There, 3rd Adhyaya, 17th Sutra says, Shabdartha Pratyayanam Itaretara Adhyasat Sankaraha Tat Pravibhaga Sanyamat Sarva Bhota Rotagyanam. There is one thing called Sankara, Sanyama. What is Sanyama? Yama, Niyama, Asana, Pranayama, Pratyahara, Dharana, Dhyana, Samadhi are 8 angas, Ashtanga. There, Dharana, Dhyana, Samadhi, these 3 are called by the name Samyama. Trayamekatra Sanyamaha, this is the Avasota. So a person, if he has got command upon all the 3, that is Dharana, Dhyana, Samadhi, he is called a Sanyami. And a Sanyami will be in a position to separate the Shabda, Artha and Jnana, which are there in the form of an amalgam, Parasparadhyasat, I shall explain. Okay, then he will be in a position to understand Sarva Bhota Rota Jnana, the languages of all the beings, maybe birds, it may be animals, it may be. So, here he says, Vyasa Maharshi explains this sutram of Patanjali, Shabda Artha Pratyaya, Shabda, Gauhi iti Shabda. What is the Shabda you employed? Gauhu. What is the Artha of Gauhu? Go Shabda? Gauhu only. Acha. What kind of Jnanam you are getting out of Go Shabda? That is Gauhu only. So, Gauriti Shabda, Gaurityatha, Gauriti Jnana. Then what do you mean by Parasparadhyasa? Super imposition. That is, Shabda eva arthaha, artha eva jnanam, jnanam eva shabdaha. Because all the 3 are there in the same form. Therefore, there is no difference. But outside, how to separate them, only a Sanjami can do. And if he is a Sanjami, if he is so qualified, then he will be in a position to understand whether Hanuman was speaking to Rama or Jambavanta or monkeys and different beings. Yes. Some people, modern people may say, no, they are just sounds, there is no meaning, etc. Don't trust them. Every prani has got its own language. If you want to understand that language, you should become a Sanjami. Leave it there. Therefore, come back to Sphatavada. So here what happens, when a Shabda, for example, if I say, Ich gehe zu Japan, in German, Deutsch, then the other person says, I don't understand what you said. Why? What did you say? He's asking. Why? Because the Sphata is not there. The language, the Shabdas of a particular language should be known. That means both the speaker and the listener should be familiar, should have been familiar with the Shabdas of the language. And of course, separately, Artha only we have to take. Om Ityeka Aksharam Brahma. This is from Upanishad, Mahanarayana Upanishad. Om itself is Brahman. There are 2 ways of explaining things. Om itself is Brahman. If you take Yoga Sutram, he says, Tasya Vachaka Pranavaha. The Pranava, Onkara Pranava Samau, Amarkosha. I got by heart Amarkosha at the age of 5. So now, what happens is, the Onkara denotes Brahman. That is the Sutram. Or, actually, there is no difference between Onkara and Brahman. I am Ramaha. This person is Rama. This is not correct. This person is not Rama. This person's name is Rama. But when you parasparadhyasa and you do, you simply say, he is Rama like that. Come back. So it is Thatavada and led. One more thing is, in the beginning I said, yes, Sanskrit Bhasha is associated with Dharma philosophy. What does it mean? This is unique to Sanskrit. That's why the Daivi Bhasha or Sanskrit is the only language which is suitable to computers. In 1995-96, I was working on machine translation. I told the people, a machine does not possess buddhi. If you can either inject or insert buddhi into the machine, then it will be in a position to understand as to whether it is a bank of water or a bank of money. Otherwise, no. Therefore, Sanskrit Bhasha has been protected through ages. By saying, Siddhe Shabdartha Sambandhe Lokataha Artha Prayukte Shabda Prayoge Shastrena Dharmani Makrite Yatha Laukika Vaidikeshu. This is the first Vartikam of Katyayana Maharshi, the Munitrayam, Panini, Katyayana, Patanjali. Their words are final. Nobody else is allowed to enter into any kind of discussion. Trimulu Vyakaranam, that's why it is called. So, first take Vyakaranam and grammar. It is a rough translation, roughly without claim to accuracy. What do you mean by that? Vyakaranam means the derivative meaning. Vyakriyante apashabdebhyaha sadhishabdaha prasakriyante anena iti vyakaranam. Vyakaranam is an instrument which separates shabdas or sadhishabdas or correct shabdas that are acceptable to Vyakarana from the apashabdas. Just an example. Bhedaha, bhid-dhatu, ghai prachaya. Bhedaha is the correct shabda. That means acceptable to Vyakarana. Some people say Vedaha, others say Bhedaha, still others say Vedaha. Many more may be there. Because from person to person, village to village, town to town, country to country, the shabda may undergo change. But Sadhu Shabda is one and only one. If you employ a Sadhu Shabda with prior knowledge of Vyakaranam, you will get Dharma. This is what is said in the quoted Vartikam, that is Dharma Niyamaha. If you employ a Sadhu Shabda like Vedaha, Bhedaha, etc., you will get Adharma. We know there are 4 pillars of Indian culture. Now we don't have time to go deep into the discussion. Dharma, Artha, Kama, and Moksha. Finally, through Dharma, one would attain Moksha. So, Vyakaranam is useful. Bhartahari clearly states in Brahmakanda of Vakyavari, Iyamsa Mokshamananam Ajimharaja Paddhatihi. This is a highway to reach the very, last and final goal, that is Moksha. 4 Purusharthas. Okay, so this is the scenario on Oriental side. Still, I will go into details. Before just touching the Western, Bloomfield, etc., many people, many linguists from West actually did not accept Artha as an important item. They said only Shabda let us take. No need of Artha. They failed to understand. So just now I quoted Siddhe Shabdartha Sambandhe. When you pronounce a Shabda, automatically the Artha will come. You cannot separate. The same thing is said in Mimamsa also. Okay. Outpattikastu Shabdasyarthena Sambandha. Outpattika iti nityam brumaha. Shabraswami. Okay. It is immutable. You cannot simply change. You cannot separate Artha from Shabda. Vagarthaviva samprattau Vagartha pratipattaye. This is from Kalidasa's Raghuvamsha. This is well known. That's why I am quoting. So, Vaka and Artha cannot be separated. But those people who started linguistics in the beginning, then Western Hemisphere, etc., they said, no need of. Is it so? So, they went on. They failed. Again, they studied whether it is Saussure or Chomsky or Bob. There are so many people. We are not going to name all them out. So all those people then change their way. No, the meaning also will be true. What are you talking? What are you saying? What do you mean? You have brought in so many GB theory, minimalistic approach at the end. In between, there are many structural linguistics, this, that, all those things I have explained in detail in my book, The Theories of Language, Oriental and Occidental, available online. So, they said actually, and later they went on to say, no, it is just like a living item language. What do you mean? And then Chomsky was neither this side nor that side. Something he says, finite state grammar, then he says no, then he says yes. What? What do you want? That's why in the beginning I said they are not theories, siddhantas, but hypotheses, just oha. Theory means just roughly we will translate it as siddhanta. What is a siddhanta? What is siddhanta is ante siddhaha siddhantaha. At the end, whatever is finalized, that is called siddhanta. What do you mean by end? There will be vadi, there will be prativadi. Both of them go on discussing. Okay, pros and cons, and finally arrive at a conclusion. That conclusion is called siddhanta. If someone says something, especially in the modern linguistics, he himself refutes his own so-called theory, or others would refute his so-called theory, it is gone. Actually, what do you want? Why are you dumping the libraries with books that are authored by many scholars for PhDs, MPhils, whatnot, everything in Indian libraries? Now, there is nothing. They have to come back to Indian linguistic theories. Just one example I will give you. What is the meaning of cow? The meaning of cow is cow? No. The word cow has got 5 meanings. Panchakam pratipadika Patanjali. Do not kill a cow. What do you mean by a cow? All cows, any cow. That means jati, or class is the. Then fetch a cow. A cow means a single cow, an individual cow. Vyakti. Vyakti is artha. So jati, vyakti. Then cow, strilinga. Feminine, gender. Gender is also denoted. Okay. Sankhya, then cow, cows. It is singular number. Ekatvam. Sankhya is all. Jati, vyakti, linga, sankhya, karakam. Then cow is coming. He gave grass to the cow. Okay. Milk will come from cow. Like that, we add the prepositions. Before a noun, you are adding from, at, on, in, etc. In Sanskritam and other Indian languages, we add karaka. Ghar se aa raha hai. Grihad agachyati. So they are post position. So a cow, the word has got 5 meanings. Did anyone see this kind of explanation? In any book of English grammar? No. So there is a lot of discussion about each and every item. I think I have to answer some questions also. I don't know. It is 11:04. I don't want to cross the time. I will be within my limits strictly. I should not cross, please.
Yes, Professor, you're very much within your limits. You have taken 35 minutes only. Thank you very much you still have 10 minutes. If you want to take 5 more minutes to summarize, you could. Or if you want to take any questions right now, I'm just seeing if there are any questions specific to your presentation. I don't see any specific to your presentation at the moment. You could close in summary if you want to use a few minutes.
Sure. So now In the beginning, I said the term Shabda has got many meanings, not several. Then let us touch one by one. Varnaha. The Varna is taken as the minimum unit of language without meaning. Varna doesn't have any meaning. In modern linguistics, what they said, it is politics, phonology, etc. That you just read those books and you will get. So then some group of Varnas will become a Padam. Okay. Then I mean, two or more Padas will become a Vakyam. Here comes the definition of a sentence. How to decide whether a given group of words can be called a sentence, Vakyam or not. Then it is given Akanksha, Yogyata, Asakti. Three prerequisites are there to decide whether a given group of words can be a sentence or not. First one is Akanksha. Akanksha is actually, it is related to mind, but here also, since the person who is speaking has got consciousness, we take it like that. This is explained in Mahabhashyam. So Akanksha, Ramaha. Ramaha, this is the noun. Kinkaroti, what is he doing? The Akanksha, expectancy is for a verb. Ramaha Pachati. Oh, generally Chaitra Pachati is taken in examples. So Chaitraha Pachati. You said Pachati. The verb only you pronounce. Then the Akanksha will be for the noun. Kaf Pachati, who is cooking? Chaitra Pachati. So between Chaitraha and Pachati, there is the Akanksha, okay, mutual expectancy. The group of words, these two words, Chaitraha Pachati, can be called a sentence. One, Akanksha. Yogyata. Yogyata is compatibility. Okay. So there what happens is, Chaitra is watering with fire. Take a sentence. Is it okay? Okay means syntactically it is okay, but on semantic front it fails. That means it doesn't have Yogyata. Therefore, although syntactically correct, since it failed on semantic front, Chaitraha Manhina Sinchiti, Chaitra is watering with fire, is not an acceptable sentence. Third one is Asakti or Sannidhi, it is also called. Proximity, closeness. So the words of a sentence should be pronounced in quick succession without much gap. Suppose someone says Chaitraha in the morning and in the evening he returns and says Pachati, then it cannot be taken as a sentence because there is much gap in between. Sannidhi is not there. So Chaitraha Pachati. Immediately one has to pronounce. So Yogyata, Akanksha, Yogyata and Asakti, all these three are called by the name. They are prerequisites of a sentence. So that is Vakyam. Is it time?
Yes, Professor. So there are a couple of questions now that I see. Should we take them?
Immediately.
Yeah. There's one from Arvind Kaushik. He says, question for Dr. Subramanian. What do you think of the theory that Indian linguistics developed out of the Indian science of ritual, specifically Vedic rituals? I'll repeat the question. What do you think of the theory that Indian linguistics developed out of the Indian science of ritual, specifically Vedic rituals?
Yes. Generally, ritual means Vedic ritual only. Because mantras are employed. Any ritual you take up, one has to use the mantras from Veda, Agnimi, Ile, Purohitam, etc. Anyway, here, actually a question is slightly difficult, but still I shall try to answer. See, if anybody outside India had developed some theories out of the Vedic ritual, if and only if they are just compatible with whatever theories are already there in Vyakaranam, Niruktam, Mimamsa, Vedanta, then they are acceptable. If they are, some people are developing some theories on their own without the knowledge of these systems of Indian philosophy, then they are not acceptable. So please check whether they fall in line with the already established theories of our Shiksha, Vyakaranam, Niruktam, Purva Mimamsa, Nyaya Vaisheshika, and Vedanta.
Thank you, Professor. There is another question there are a few actually now. Sir, what is spota? Is it Shabda or Artha?
Both.
That is
I
one
already
question.
given, but this asked given Spuchite Arthaha Asmat iti Panchami Ghani Prichaya. From this, Artha is attained. And Artha is also spota because it is made clear by this Shabda. Therefore, Shabdopi Spotaha, Arthopi Spotaha. Both are called by the name spota. Generally, but it is called spota Shabda. But actually, it means both. Shabda is well as Artha. Next.
Okay. There is one more. There is one which is asking you to say about Yaska. In fact, we are going to do a symposium specific to Nirukta soon. So the person can stay tuned. Yes, the person can stay tuned. I think
Vyakaranam deals with Shabda, perfect Shabda, use and abuse of language, in other words, not Artha. Whereas Niruktam, Vyakaranasya, Tavakam Vyakaranasya, it is called, it is a tail end of Vyakaranam. In Nirukta, Yaska himself says, this is a tail end of Vyakaranam, because Vyakaranam deals with Shabda, but we want Artha also. So, Nisheshena Uchyate Arthaha Anena iti Niruktam. The term means, clearly the meaning is explained by this. How to get the meaning of a Shabda, how to decide the meaning of a Shabda, etc. All those things are discussed in Niruktam. So it deals with Artha. Next. Including thesaurus.
Yeah, we'll take one last question. Can you compare Panini and Abhinavagupta for Shabda and Artha? This is a question from Anand Guri.
Any question, no problem. We are. So here what happens is Abhinavagupta, who was a great scholar and authored a commentary on Dhanyaloka, there he clearly takes up the Siddhantas that are there in Panini, elaborated and explained with examples by Patanjali and Bhartrhari in Vakyapadiyam. This is clear. So when he says Dhani Siddhanta, then because the Alankara Shastra is dependent, it is clearly stated in Mamata by Mamatacharya in Kavya Prakasha and Anandavardhana in Dhanyaloka. The Alankara Shastra, Sahitya Shastra, totally Rasa Siddhanta, Dhani Siddhanta is totally dependent on Spota Siddhanta. So Abhinavagupta or anybody else cannot escape from this. So he quoted from different, verses, etc. from Vakyapadiyam also. And indirectly Mahabhashyam also he quoted. These are nothing but Panini only. Panini's theory and the system. It runs like that. So Abhinavagupta was a scholar in Paniniya Vyakaranam and he quotes from Vakyapadiyam, etc. And while establishing Dhani Siddhanta, he used it a lot.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Professor, for sharing your insights and also for taking questions and doing so within time and maintaining time. Thank you for doing that. It's always a pleasure to have you on the Indica platform and to have the opportunity to learn from your wisdom. Now, with that, I would like to invite
Indica Academy and Megha, especially, and all the listeners for giving me a chance to speak before you. Thank you very much. Shubham Bhuyat.
Thank you, Professor. With that, I'd like to invite our next speaker, Dr. Padmini Balaram. She's a professor at SASI, Creative Institute of Design, and she was the former professor of design and HOD at Shilpa Sadhana, Vishwa Bharati, Shanti Niketan. Dr. Padmini ji,
Hello.
If I could see you on video. Namaste. Yes.
Yeah, hello. Can you see me?
Not
can
fully.
You hear me?
I can hear you, but I can't see you fully.
Okay,
yeah.
okay.
Now we can see you. Right.
Yeah.
So
okay, then
Padmini ji is going to speak on demand and influence of the Indian textiles on the world. Welcome, Dr. Balaram. Over to you.
Okay. Thank you for inviting me. And I will now talk to you, and I'm sharing the screen.
Okay.
So, can you see it?
Yes. You could make it on full screen mode. So that
Yeah, I will do that. But if you're kind of, I'm just doing slideshow mode.
Yes, perfect. That would be good.
Okay. So,
Wonderful. Thank you.
yeah, I will be talking to you about demand and influence of painted and printed trade textiles of India on the world. Now, very first photograph that you see is of cheat. And why do we, and why do we call it as a cheat? Is because at the background, you can see there are very, very small dots. And that was done, cheat in Gujarati, is made in Gujarat. And cheat in Gujarati means sprinklets. I mean, chata we say. So that is, and the background used to be like that for printing colors. And this was found in Japan. Now, this next one is the photograph of a textile which is batik resist painted and printed using indigo and wax. And that was found in Silk Road route at Nia, which was a station, a halting station in the Taklaman Desert. And the next one, the other one was of the photograph was is of Jodaigiri textiles. These are the textiles which were made in India for Japanese market. Chintz, which is from cheat. The word became chintz in this when the Britishers came, they called it chintz. But these are basically kalamkaris. So, because they are painted using kalamkari. This talk is now divided into 3 sections. One is introduction to the painted and printed trade textiles of India. And then it is demand and export of early Indian trade textiles, starting from Indus Valley civilization of Indian cottons to various ports of the world, and Indian cottons and painted and printed and resin-dyed textiles exported to the other parts of the world. Then influence of selected Indian painted and printed textiles of the world is based on literature survey, and the field research is done by me. Now, I have divided it into different sections, which is India to Egypt, India to China, India to Japan, India to Thailand, and many others. So this is topic selected for this top demand to influence of Indian textiles and world is a topic in which I will concentrate on textiles of painted and printed. And this is, we say that the fibers which were used during Indus Valley civilization were cotton. So everybody knows about that, but very few people know that even silk was produced at Indus Valley. And we have found the silk, tassar silk was found inside the copper beads of a necklace. And at the Mohenjo-daro excavation. And wool and jute and linen were also made. People think linen came from Europe. So demand and export of early Indian trade, Indus Valley civilization trade of Indian cottons to various parts of the world. So I would like to show you the map. And this is the like map which shows you the routes. Here is the Dholavira, here is Lothal in Gujarat, and these are kind of connected. Dholavira was a port. Right now it is in the middle of the desert of Kutch Desert. And this particular one, it was kind of connected to Suktandor, Aladino, Siktandor, and then it would go to Umar. I mean, there is passing through the Persian and the Egyptian sea, and then going up to the Egypt. So Dholavira was on the island, and now it is in Kutch Desert, as I said, and Lothal and Kuntasi were in Gujarat. The other ones, Suktador and this Balakot and all those, they are in, and Aladino are now with Pakistan. Now these, which are the countries that they kind of Indian people from Indus Valley communicated with? So they went from Indus Valley. You can see they passed through these areas, and then Mesopotamia, Egypt were the main things. Persia also they passed through, and these are the countries that they went. So the very first trade of India was towards the west, because Indus Valley civilization was on Arabian Sea and they had direct contact there. So then Dholavira was 3000 to 1500 BCE, and it was an important Indus civilization port. Now it is in desert of Kutch, and you can see how it was at that time because of the moving of the rivers and the lands moving. This area now has become full of, all this sea has become full of, some of this sea has become full of desert. Now this is Lothal, which is the first man-made port of Indus Valley civilization. And you can see in the sketch which is done, quite clear this thing. It had also the warehouses, and there are very strong evidences of Lothal doing cotton textile trades, and it was exporting many things, but major export was of Indian cotton. And square seals of Indus origin are also found at Ur, Kish, and Asmer, and they come from Akkadian levels. And it is, these are the levels when they are kind of doing different excavations. It is reasonable to suppose that the Indian ports had direct connect with the Sumerian ports in the Akkadian period, but not in the period after the third dynasty. Then thus it proves that textile exports from India started from the period of Indus Valley civilization, and these are also referred by Moti Chandra and many other very well-known archaeologists. So Indian cottons and painted and printed textiles, and there are dyed textiles exported to the west from ancient Indian port, as I said. Now there were three types. One was indigo dyed textiles, which were resist painted or printed. The patterns were resist printed or printed. Then there were resist printed and painted textiles, which were modern dyes. And there were resist painted and printed textiles, which had indigo and modern dye both done on the same fabric. Now I will explain. Indigo is a natural dye which comes from the plant, and the origin house of the it got its name indigo because of India, because it comes, its inhabitation is of India. It is a plant, original plant of India. And then modern dyed textiles. So modern dyeing has kind of metallic, but it was natural metallic ores which were used to fix the dye, and the natural dyes were fixed with it. Now, influence of Indian dyes and dyeing techniques on Indian ancient Egypt. So while talking about the quality of tints and the dyes used, Narayan Daji says that chins found in the tombs of royal patrons of Egypt were nevertheless beautifully colored and charming. Most of them have been found to be dyed with safflower, that is kesudo, which we is called in Gujarati, and indigo, which had surely gone from India. A natural home for the indigo plant. That is, at about 4000 BCE, India had been exporting dyestuffs to the countries called cradle of Western civilization. People say Egypt is the Western civilization cradle, and one can see that. Now, these are some of, these are, then this is, these are some of the samples which were excavated from Berenike. Now, Berenike was on the route to the Egyptian, it is a port on Roman port on north coast of Egypt. Now, it was founded in the first half of the century. It was first half of the 5th century, and was abundant about 550 DCE. So then there is the, you can see here in the on the white ground, there is these dots that you can see. These are done by using resist dyeing, and the indigo color circles are there, and the background is also resist dyed. That's why white ground is there on that fabric. While here a lotus pattern is drawn, and you can see the dots of wax in between. And this is wax dyed, indigo dyed, wax painted, and indigo dyed textile with lotus pattern. These have gone, and they could find out that whether they also had to do a test to know whether it was Indian or it was something made there. Now that was kind of done by this test said that these were made in Indian because the twist of the yarn is different when it is made in barbaric in Europe side and Central Asia side, while in India it is different twist. So from the twist, they could make out that this is the kind of, this fabric had gone from India. And these are the textiles which were excavated at Fustat, which is very close to Cairo. And they have 3-4 types of varieties, and many of them were sent from Gujarat. And you can see that white area was wax dyed, wax painted, wax painted, or wax printed in case of this. There were blocks also used for printing wax, which you can see in the central indigo dyed textile, which is blocks are used. And then after applying wax with the block, it would be dyed in indigo wax. And these were usually underground indigo wax. And these are dyed using madar, and this is dyed using indigo. Last one on the right at the bottom is dyed using indigo, madar, and in madar also they have 2 colors, more brownish purple and the deeper red and the other red. And so they have 2-3 shades of reds and blues, also 2-3 shades are there. Now this is, so that kind of advanced printing things that were already existing during early years of before the centuries started. And then evidence of cottons inside in copper beads excavated at Mehrgarh was found, and that is 7000 BCE. So cotton was already cultivated in Mehrgarh. That was the first place where cotton was cultivated, and then made into thread. And you can see how thin the diameter, average diameter was 1.18 mm, and the holes were even smaller. So drill holes range from 0.43 to 2.3 mm, depending upon the size of the beads. And this is the Ravi phase of the Indus Valley civilization. And the native cotton thread was found from these beads. See, normally cotton, which is very perishable item. So to find cotton and textile materials from the excavations is very, very difficult. So these threads have survived because they were inside the beads. So because of that, the beads took the, they sustained, because there are some are copper beads and various kind of beads were there. So some are bone beads, some are different types of materials were used. So some are like stone beads, a peak or something like that. So they kind of preserved the thread. That's why we could get that textile samples. This is Mohenjo-daro, and a well-equipped dyer's workshop was excavated at Mohenjo-daro. A cotton fragment preserved in a silver vase from Mohenjo-daro, carbon dated to 1760 BCE, plus and minus 115 years, has been reported to show evidence of madar dyeing. And these are kind of Marshall, who had kind of excavated Mohenjo-daro, and also Dr. Lal, who was part of it, they have kind of written. And this is modern dyeing in India. So this is the yarn that was kind of, that was a cloth, fiber of the small piece of cloth that was, then it was tested. And when it was tested, the red dye, this particular cloth had red and purple colors. So the red and purple using Medar dyeing technique is used over there. So now modern dyeing technique actually. So the Medar is Manjishta in Sanskrit. And this is a root which gives very good red color, and India was very well known for it. And in South India, the best Medar came from Madurai. Then more modern dyeing technique yielded fast colors and to the cotton. And cotton is the most difficult fiber to dye. Same dye would be very bright on silk or wool, and it would be much faster to dye than cotton. So, and this I'm telling you also from my experience, because I do, I use natural dyes myself. And I dye them, use clothes using them. So finding purple colored cotton fragment proves that the modern dyeing technique, which is a very complex and advanced dyeing technique, involving knowledge of chemical properties of various moderns and their chemical reactions to different natural dyes, was already known to Indus Valley people. A well-known historian, late Dr. Lothika Vardarajan, also had the same opinion, and she has mentioned in India, a fragment of modern dyed cotton fiber has been found in Mohenjo-daro, and this is a clear indication of antiquity of modern dyeing in India. Now, famous Japanese research scholar has mentioned and collector, and he himself also was a dyer, Yoshioka Sachio-san. He said that in 1st century CE, when the world could not dye cotton, could dye cottons only in indigo, brown, and dull yellow, the technology to dye cotton cloth in red, purple, and other beautiful colors had evolved in India. It is astonishing to realize that at this time in history, a chemical process already had been developed and was widely employed. Now, he did not know that this process had actually been had started in India from Indus Valley civilization time. I have met this person, and is very knowledgeable and has written several books in Japanese, and also had a workshop of natural dyes. The sample shown in previous slide proves India had already mastered modern dyeing techniques during Indus Valley civilization. In summary, I will just say that textiles of Indus. So during Mohenjo-daro, brightly colored cotton cloth was a desirable item, which since few people at that time knew how to grow cotton. So people of Indus Valley civilization traded with Afghanistan, Persia, Deccan Plateau, and were carrying out far distance sea trade with Mesopotamia, Sumer, etc. So Indus Valley trade was at its peak between 2600 BCE and continued until 1800 BCE. As per Narayan, painted and printed textiles from India, which later came to be known as chintz or kalamkari, were one of the earliest Indian textiles found abroad. This is this one tradition which has started from Indus Valley and is still continuing. So these are very rare textiles that we can find. That is, it's still preserved. And this ancient technique is still practiced in India. Is one of the traditional technique with the longest life still surviving in the world. So influence of selected Indian painted and printed textiles on the world based on the, this is based on my literature survey and field research in some of these countries. So the reference to the flowered cottons of India started from Mauryan Empire. These textiles, which are modern dyed, were called flowered cottons of India because they are referred in Chinese text, and Chinese people have written them as Wa Mian Pu. Wa in Chinese means flower, Mian means cotton, Pu is fabric. So that is how Chinese have referred. So they are called flowered cottons of India. and that was the earlier name. The Greek physician Ctesias in 400 BC writes about flowered cotton emblazed with glowing colors, which reminds us of modern chins, much coveted by fair Persian women in the harem of Susa and Ecbatana. And there are several references to that. Then manganese, and these are some of the earlier references. The Greek 300 BC sent an ambassador to the court of Chandragupta at his capital, Patliputra, now Patna. While writing about his visit, the ambassador says the contrast to the general simplicity of their lives. The Indian love finery and ornaments. Their robes are worked in gold and ornamented with precious stones, and they wear also flowered garments made of the finest muslins. Very fine muslins were made at that time. And exports and impact of Indian painted and printed cottons on the world. And the muslins, I would like to say that even Buddha's body was wrapped in muslin, very fine muslin. There is one more story about muslin. When Aurangzeb, once Aurangzeb was sitting in his court and his daughter came, and he shouted at his daughter saying that, go back and wear clothes properly and come. So his daughter said, but I am wearing 12 layers of muslin. And in spite of wearing 12 layers of muslin, the muslins are so thin and transparent that it was kind of being seen, the body was being seen. So demand of, that is the kind of quality of muslin. It was also called, muslin was also called as woven air, because it was like air, you could hardly see it. Sometimes when it is put on dews or something, you can't see it on the grass if you put it. So some demand of Indian textiles in the world. Indian textiles were considered precious. Indian textiles were paid in gold, were used by kings, royal families, nobles, etc. Hence, in many countries, they were copied for making it affordable for general public who desired to possess them. In 16th century CE, they were used as a currency for spice trade. When Portuguese and British, etc., went to, they had come in search of Indian route, and they wanted to come to India for textiles, for indigo, and for the spices, because all spice trade was in India's hand. So the spices they needed to keep their meat longer and not let it get spoiled, and for the taste. And then they wanted now to capture that spice trade, and they went with their red woolens to barter, because at that time more barter system was going on, and nobody was willing to buy them. And they said, get Patan, Patola, or chins from India, kalamkaris, and then we will barter. So that's how they started so-called factory, which were actually warehouses, where they then started also keeping militaries and made forts, and then tried capturing our cities and kingdoms. They were collected to free ones. This is very amazing that the chins and the Indian textiles were piled up, and they were collected to free oneself from capture by pirates or imprisonment. Like if somebody was caught by pirates, they will ask for their equal height of Indian textiles, a pile of Indian textiles as high as your own height. So then India to Egypt, as discussed in the previous section, is already discussed in the previous section. So I will go to the India to China now. So Indian minia, I call it minia because they were made from wax, and many of them were made in Gujarat, where meen means wax, and minia are the textiles which are made using wax as a resist. So, but they were called batik in Indonesia. So today the batik word has become very famous. all over the world, and all the wax printed textiles are called batik. So because of that, what happens is people, even the website, such as if you go to a very well-known website, something like I've even found it in BBC or some other websites, they all say batik was kind of started from Indonesia. While we have this batik, which has gone to China much before Indonesia. It has gone on the this road. Indonesian first batik from Indonesia, which was actually painted and printed in India, was excavated, is dated 5th century CE. And afterwards, they started copying it, and then it was made there. So same, this is Chinese batik, which is of 7th century, 8th century, and same kind of a elephant, which is in black and white, is Chinese. And here, this is found in Socho-in collection of Nara, which is of Nara Jidai, that is Nara period, 8th century CE. And Socho-in collection is a very huge collection, preserved very well. I have seen it at least 4 or 5 times. And this is Indian painted and printed tints made especially for the Chinese market, later became very popular as chinosaries in Europe. And you can see this lady, Chinese lady, is dressing, and here is the circular way, and these are some of the chins. This is a palampur. Palampur, the word palampur came from palang posh, again a Gujarati word. Palang means bed, and posh is the cover. So the bed cover. India, they were also sometimes hung on the wall. India to Japan. Now, Ryukyus were Ryukyuans were the first to bring Indian textiles to Japan. Now, who are Ryukyuans? Ryukyuans are the people who stayed in present Okinawa Islands. It was at that time separate kingdom called Ryukyu Kingdom. And they, in the 14th century CE, Okinawans were the first Okinawans first sent the mission to Chinese emperor and followed it up by sending it to 8 other ports of Southeast Asia, from where they acquired Indian textiles. Indian textiles didn't go to Japan directly. They went via these ports, and they further exported it to Japan. So this is the time when they started having Indian textiles. After reaching India, Portuguese were the first Europeans to reach Japan with Indian textiles in early 17th century CE. After the closing of Japan, because Portuguese started converting the Japanese to Christianity, so the Japan closed all the doors, and they allowed only few Chinese traders and also Dutch traders. They gave only one island, I've been there, Vejima Island, to trade from. It is a very small island, and which continued till 19th century CE. The Europeans sold Indian textiles at exorbitant prices to Japanese, which gave birth to production of Va Sarasa in Japan. Va means Japanese. Va is the old name of Japan, and Sarasa is painted and printed textiles. Now, there is also one this thing, because when Portuguese came, they called these textiles as Sarasso. Now, where did this word Sarasso came? Sarasso came because they were bought in Gujarat, and Gujarat Saras is excellent. So they, I think, misunderstood, and they thought the name of that textile was Sarasso. When the Gujarati trader must have said that, both Saras, this means this is excellent quality fabric. So Indian chins used for Jodaigire textiles. When Indian chins reached Japan, they were so expensive, the people couldn't buy an entire tan, that is yardage. So this is a rare, rare kind of kosode, Japanese kosode. Kosode means short sleeve dress of a prince who could afford it, to buy the entire piece and make the entire piece. Rest were, I will show you some of them, were quite different. And the small pieces, so the tan was cut into small pieces, and small pieces were used for Jodaigire. These are Jodaigire textiles. Jodaigire means very precious textiles. The tea ceremony also came at that time in Japan, and these are for the tea ceremony. These are the bags made for the tea ceremony, utensils and boxes. And that is precious textiles. So use of Indian chins depicted in Japanese painting. This is the geisha wearing in the red circular dress is from Indian chins. Now, as I said, because they had collected several pieces of Indian this thing, these are the kind of dresses made. And in this left-hand side, the fabric ran short, so some things in center is the fabric which is made by Japanese people by painting it. And here there are all pieces stitched together to make the dress. Now, textiles especially made for Japanese market in India. India was excellent in making textiles for different markets, and the designs and the color combinations differ. Here, these are tomoe design, which 3 comma, which is supposed to be auspicious. Open fan is auspicious and given as a gift to people who are starting new business. Open fan means get prosperity. Then there is also this design of hexagon. Now, hexagon design represents turtle shell, and as turtle has a long life, anybody who is getting born or has a birthday, it is given as a wrapping cloth, and the gifts were wrapped in the cloth, and these were for wrapping cloths. And then these are some of them. Now, when these textiles were very expensive, and these are, you can see some different patches designs, and this is like a temple design. So the tumpal, this came from influence of Indonesia too, because from temple design went from India to Indonesia, and Indonesia to Japan. These textiles must have come, the last two ones. Then the illustrated, when they wanted to make these textiles themselves because they were so expensive, so the common people couldn't afford it. So these manuals were printed where Indian textiles designs are copied. In Japanese, every color, where to put which color is written and how to make these colors are written. And these are some of the pages from those manuals. And then these are copies of Indian chins made in Japan and developed of Vasarasa based on Indian chins. And Indian chins were, first two are on the left-hand side, Indian chins, wax resins, modern dyed gave deep and fast colors. Vasarasa, you can see that the same colors are more pale, stencil printed, and gives subdued and fugitive colors. India to Thailand. Indian chins and kalamkari expected to Siam, Thailand. And it is so amazing. I've written one more article and given presentation where the whole wall is painted in this temple, this golden temple, where there is this golden statue of Buddha is there. And that whole wall has Ramayana scenes all painted, and everybody is wearing Indian chins in their paintings. And then this is Indian kalamkari, which spread to Siam. And you can see this cheentwala, this thing also, which I told you. And for royal use of gold was painted over it. And many times these ones were later on kind of also exported to Japan. And the designs sometimes were sent by Japanese. So they were called Samusarasa, and they were also sent to Japan. So Japan bought Indusarasa as well as Samusarasa later on. So import of Saudagiri to Siam. Now Saudagiri is a cheaper quality of Indian hand-painted kalamkaris, but Saudagiris were block printed. Blocks were made in Pethapur, and they were block printed on coarser cotton at Ahmedabad, Gujarat for Siamese market, catering to common Siamese. Siamese later made Samusarasa to sell Japan. And you can see this design, and there Muscati is written, which was a company. Muscati is written in English as well as Gujarati, and that was and also Thai, and that was the company ordered this Saudagiri and sold it in this thing. Then India to Indonesia. These are the, this is a Hansa design, which is, one can see over the centuries, the fashion remains same. Unlike today's fashion, which are so fragile that every 3 months you have to change the fashion and throw away the clothes and make all the dump yard. And also they use chemical dyes, spoiling our earth and the water. And these are healthy natural dyes. And this is, you can see, for the Red Sea trade, Fustat Egypt was produced. These were recovered from Fustat in Egypt, and they were produced in Gujarat for Red Sea trade. And this is cotton fragment of Hansa and Lotus design, block printed, found at Fustat, Egypt. And there was another one was from Indonesia. This is from Indonesia. This is in 1510 CE. So they are same designs went to various countries. Now the wax resist was very important. So and that gave birth to batik of Indonesia. As I said, even the websites, many so-called authentic websites also said that the wax resist was started in Indonesia and batik, just because the word batik is used everywhere. That's why I insist on using word minia. So this is fifth. There is first phase. It was in India, and it was kind of a first period, Egypt and India. I mean, basically it was in India, then went to Egypt, and then it was between the areas of Egypt and India. So that is 5000 BCE to first AD. And then later on, if you see Indonesia, it has reached only in third and fourth period, 8th to 15th century. India, Malacca trade. China also it had reached, but it had reached late. The second phase, China, Sui dynasty, 581 and 618, and Japan, 581 to 618, so Nara period and Heian period. And shoulder cloth from Java, copy of a Patan patola in batik for common public. Patan patola, which are resist-dyed textiles, which are made in silk, were very expensive and could be used only by royal families and nobles. So in Indonesia, common people could only use it on their wedding day because they are considered to be like king and queen on that day. They are given that status in Indonesia. And but to wear it every day, they wanted the same designs. They copied it and made it using X resist, which like they already had these things. Then symbols of mythology of Indian batiks are based on Hindu mythology. This is Garuda, and you can see how it is designed and placed in Indian batik. This is a batik made for Indonesian market. As you can see, the design is quite different. Color combinations are different. As I said, the India made different kind of textiles for each market. India also made for Muslim market at the same Masulipattnam and Gujarat, and they were for Muslim market. It was prayer mats that were made. So then a batik from Cirebon displaying combination of Indian and Chinese influence with layout like religious kalamkari of India. And here it is a vyala, which is like vyala having a tongue, I mean elephant, and like there are birds also, and lion also. It's a mixed animal. So that is also concept here. Now it is surprising. I was in Shantiniketan teaching, and they told me Shantini, and my department was the one who started batik there, Shilpa Sadhana. And we had batik department, and we were teaching batik. So then I said that, and they told me that the batik in Shantiniketan started after Ravindranath Tagore, that is Ravindranath Tagore's son, went there to Indonesia and learned it and brought it. So I said, "Arey, so close by. Masulipattnam was the great center of batik. Why they have to go all the way to Indonesia to do that?" And I kept asking everybody. So why did they go all the way there to get batik and not here? So then they said that basically they had gone there and they saw it and they thought it was good. but they changed things quite a bit. They didn't copy it exactly same. Now, this is one innovation. The purpose of Shilpa Sadhana was to give employment to the rural people, and rural people 100 years ago didn't have electricity. So in this hurricane lantern, they have made the attachment on the top to put a teacup, stainless steel teacup, in which you can put wax and heat it and dye it, make it there. So that is like he's painting. So hurricane lantern also is on, and this also can. At night, normally ladies get time, so they can use it both ways. Then Indian chains made for Europe. Later, mechanical copies were made. So this is the Indian chain made for European market. You can see quite different tree of life design has changed quite differently. Palampur, again, Palangaposh, a word of, English version of the word Palangaposh, bed cover or wall hanging made in 1720 to 1740 for Western market. Indian chains copied in Europe and printed in machines. And then this was done to cut, and not only chains, many textiles were copied in British and other this thing as soon as they started this mechanization and they started industrialization. And they wanted to take over Indian markets. So they, using this, they cut all Indian markets because they could sell it very cheap, while Indian works were done by hand, taken more time, and people had to be fed. And this is the reason. Not only that, they started flooding Indian markets. They produced 10 copies of a set of volumes, and which were supplied to British manufacturers to replicate all Indian textiles on machines to support industrialization. They started selling these textiles even within Indian markets, taking away jobs of Indian craftspeople. This made Gandhiji to start burning of foreign goods and production of khadi in India to give work to craftspeople of India. Now, the conclusion, importance of India in the world of textiles. India was most famous for its fine cotton muslin, exquisite motifs and patterns, vast and brilliant colors. Apart from cotton, India also produced tussar, silk, jute, linen, etc. from Indus Valley civilization. And flower cottons of India, i.e. painted and printed kalamkari, have enjoyed the longest export starting from Indus Valley civilization to present day due to its brilliant and fast colors and excellent designs. Indian traditional knowledge needs to be documented before it disappears. Experimenting needs to be encouraged. Publication, conducting workshops, and holding exhibitions could help reviving tradition and taking it further. For example, this particular fabric was made by me using natural dyes, and that is in 1979. And nothing is faded. My indigo dyed dupattas, nothing is faded in spite of made in 1979, even today is as brilliant as ever, washed in washing machine with heavy detergents. And people say natural dyes fade, which is fake. If you don't know how to do it, everything will fade. So, and this is one of my painting, which is also done using natural indigo and using wax. So I also practice, so I understand the technology a little more. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Balaram. I like the fact that you ended your presentation by saying I also practice. And it is that practitioner aspect, I'm sure, is something that actually lends sustainable credibility to actually so many things that we speak about. That was a well illustrated presentation, and you managed to do it within your 45 minutes as well. So thank you for keeping time and maintaining time. I'd like to now invite Dr. Padmini Balram's husband, Dr. Singanapalli Balramji. He is a designer, author, and a professor, and he'll speak to us today about the influence of Indian traditions on great world designers. I'll repeat that, the influence of Indian traditions on great world designers. Dr. Balram, if you can hear me, I request you to take it away from me.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the lovely introduction. My show, we will start. I would like to, before I start, I've sent a small request. As a tradition, we always have an invocation in Indian events. So I would like to play that film as a prayer. There is a 5-minute film, I've sent it. You can please play. It's called Lota. I will explain why I'm showing it, what is the reason later.
Sure. Koti Garu, could you help us by playing that?
One minute, Megdi. Srinivas sir, I didn't get that one.
There's a link, or you can help. See, there is a link in the PPT itself, in the PDF itself. Can you do it?
Let's check. Let us.
Just one moment.
Can you all see?
Yes, I can see it.
Okay,
Professor.
great.
Of all the objects we have seen and admired during our visit to India, the lota, that simple vessel of everyday use, stands out as perhaps the greatest, the most beautiful. The village women have a process which, with the use of tamarind and ash, each day turns this brass into gold. But how would one go about designing a lota? First, one would have to shut out all preconceived ideas on the subject and then begin to consider factor after factor. The optimum amount of liquid to be fetched, carried and poured and stored in a prescribed set of circumstances. The size and strength and gender of the hands, if hands, that would manipulate it. The way it is to be transported, head, hip, hand, basket or cart. The balance, the center of gravity. When empty, when full, its balance when rotated for pouring. The fluid dynamics of the problem, not only when pouring, but when filling and cleaning, and under the complicated motions of head carrying, slow and fast. Its sculpture, as it fits the palm of the hand. The curve of the hip, its sculpture as complement to the rhythmic motion of walking or a static pose at the well. The relation of opening to volume in terms of storage uses and objects other than liquid. The size of the opening and inner contour in terms of cleaning. The texture, inside and out, in terms of cleaning and feeling. Heat transfer. Can it be grasped if the liquid is hot? How pleasant does it feel? Eyes closed. Eyes open. How pleasant does it sound when it strikes another vessel, is set down on ground or stone, empty or full, or being poured into? What is the possible material? What is its cost in terms of working? What is its cost in terms of ultimate service? What kind of an investment does the material provide as product, as salvage? How will the material affect the contents? How will it look as the sun reflects off its surface? How does it feel to possess it, to sell it, to give it? Of course, no one man could have possibly designed the lota. The number of combinations of factors to be considered gets to be astronomical. No one man designed the lota, but many men over many generations, many individuals represented in their own way through something they may have added or may have removed, or through some quality of which they were particularly aware. The hope for and the reason for such an institute as we describe is that it will hasten the production of the lotas of our time. By this we mean a hope that an attitude be generated that will appraise and solve the problems of our coming times with the same tremendous service, dignity, and love that the lota served its time.
Before I start, I would like to thank heartily Indica Forum for inviting me and the August audience who were watching me right now. My only reason to stand before you is that my half a century of design teaching and design practice in the country, and my wish to talk on a subject which is not dealt with well enough, if at all, and that is design. Design is the youngest profession in the world. It has come hardly 100 years ago into the world, and it has come to India soon after. And because this is young, it's often there is a misnomer that design has come from the West. My idea of this talk is to dispel that myth and say that design is there with us for a long, 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 long time. The talk today also, for a change, will be a positive kind of influence Indian traditions have on the world over in various countries. And I will show you a few examples of that. Why did I show the film on Lota and why I said it a prayer? It's a prayer because it is admired by none other than a person who is titled as designer of the 20th century, Charles Sims. He's supposed to be the world's best designer. And I need a little background to be told about this for people who are not familiar. As we all know, after we won independence in 1947, there were plans drawn and the great visions have been kind of made up. And one of the visions is to take India into development mode fast and modernize it. One of the modern tools of modernism is design. How can we not have design? So the government at that time has approached the best designer of the world, Charles Sims, and he was invited with his wife to visit India and see what kind of design we should have, which would help our modernization efforts. Charles Eames came with Ray Eames, his wife, visited various centers in the craft centers and other production centers in the country, and wisely talked to many intellectuals of at that time, the great legendary people, and finally came to a conclusion. And he submitted a report which is surprisingly small. Can you ever imagine a feasibility report of 20 pages? The India report is all about 20 pages, typed on selected typewriter. At that time, there are no computers and there is no other typing equipment. Let's try to copy. I have it here with me. And even more surprising is, in that small 20-page report, 2.5 pages have been just to praise the Lota. Why Charles Eames has picked up the Lota, that mundane Indian everyday object? The reason is there, if you remember. I will read it for you. It says that by the last sentence, which summarizes the whole report, because the report is actually not a feasibility report. It is a kind of approach paper. He says that by the new industrial design of India, an attitude be generated that will apprise and solve the problems of our coming times with the same tremendous service, dignity, and love that the Lota of its time. Charles Eames looked at Lota as the epitome of Indian design, and that is the way we should go. He didn't even elaborate. This report doesn't have elaborate plans of the labor required, material required, finances required, and none of that. It simply says what kind of values we should carry on forward. And this has been, the Lota has been picked up as a symbol of design and the importance of local culture. This is important. Local culture in modern design. Many people forget this importance of culture, and a culture is actually the root of design. So it is not true that the design has come from West. Design has been there with us for a long time, and Lota is a living proof. After 20 years after the report was born, in 1979 to be exact, the India report was given in 1958, and NID was born in 1961. Then in 79, a historic event happened in the area of design education. First time, UNIDO and ICSID. UNIDO is United Nations Development Organization, and the ICSID is International Council of Societies of Industrial Designers. Both these organizers are in global organizations. First time hold hands together to hold the first meeting on a developing country. And that developing country they have chosen as India. So in 79, there was a meeting for which 37 country delegates have participated, including many Indians, but Indians plus 37 country delegates, and some of them are legendary. Today, Victor Papanek from America, Guy Bonsepi from Germany, and Yuri Soloviev from Russia, John Reed from England, Kenji Ikwan from Japan, and so on. They all have appreciated the Lota and the symbolic significance. And they have all signed a paper, now it is called as the Ahmedabad Declaration, which was later on became a touchstone for design. And that is another story. I won't go into that. But I wanted to emphasize the importance of LOTA, which is influenced Charles Sims and all other countries, mainly the countries, poor countries and developing countries like India. No. I'm coming on. Yeah, go to the first. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So design is an act of beauty.
Sir, could you make it full screen?
Full screen. 1 second.
Yes. Control L, sir. If you press Control L, it will come full screen.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Now you can hear?
Yes, sir.
You can
Yes.
hear me also?
Yeah, it's good now.
Okay, great. Next. Next. These are delegates from various countries I just mentioned. Is it not going on? No, it's not. Wait. Okay. So this is the great man, Charles Sims. I have deliberately picked up this particular photo. It shows his character. It's not just, if I show just his head, it won't make much sense. This shows his playfulness. He used to call his office circus. Why circus? Because he says any design of it should be, because design is doing, and it's very important, serious, at the same time, it is fun. So he said in circus, exactly like that happens. The circus is all fun, but it has to be very, very carefully planned and timed and synchronized. Otherwise, it could mean death to the players. So he used to say this, and this is the way he showed himself on a bookshelf, because he says that bookshelf is the symbol of knowledge, and there is no better place than sitting there. Now this is, Lota itself is a kind of a surprising thing. There are two more surprises I find in the same report. The foreword for this famous India report is written by who can you all imagine? It is written 5,000 years ago by a famous man called Vedavyas, who wrote the Mahabharata and the Bhagavad Gita as part of that. What Chalseans have done, all are familiar, all Hindus are familiar. Karmanya vyadhikaraste, ma phalet kadachanaha, ma karma khalehetu dhur, ma teyat sangostva karmani. This one, I was surprised when I first time saw the India report, because why did he put just Karmanya vyadhikaraste, which we all know, and not a word trying to explain? He has left that deliberately to us. This is the actual page which I have kind of photographed and a screenshot. That time typed on a electronic type machine. It is interesting to know. He says that the spirit of the report lies in this foreword. The dictionary says the foreword is a kind of, a foreword should tell what the book is about and the glorification of the book. But how does this shloka glorifies what the book is going to say? And if you see in an implied way, he says that the effect of the report was lost but left to the changes in the context of society and the world, changes in the world during the time. If we look back at the India report today, you see it is not what the Ames report has envisaged. It is quite different, because the technology changes have come and the social changes have come, political changes have come, many things which couldn't have imagined some 60 years ago. But so Charles Sims has wisely left it to this shloka, which explains that. There is another reason. The good designer, the government of India asked Charles Sims to give them recommendation what kind of design activity and design education the country should have. And Charles Sims cleverly left that without giving the details of nitty-gritty, and he said it's all in the value system you inculcate. So it's like the good designer never takes the client's word on its surface. A good designer always takes what the client says and then interprets it. Like a doctor, you go to a doctor, the doctor examines and you have the fever, but he won't give fever medicine. The fever may be because of the impending cancer or impending some other disease you have. So the designers work exactly like that. They will take the symptoms which the client says and then interpret it in themselves. And in that way, Charles Sims has interpreted that in form of a shloka from the Gita. He has given back to us the Gita to look into it, and he will find the answer. The third one is even more surprising. The third one, the report says that it refers to the Nataraja, who is the lord of Pandavacha. And he talks about creative destruction. He says there are three, India stands with three great advantages. And one of the first great advantages is creative destruction. It reads like this: India stands to face the change of the future world order with three great advantages. The first one is that it has the tradition and the philosophy familiar with the meaning of creative destruction. I'm surprised that many aestheticians and scholars have not paid any attention to this particular sentence which Charles Sims has mentioned. What he means is that the destruction is part of creation. And in which culture, then in Indian culture, that the world accepts death as to celebrate, and death is a part of birth. And Charles Sims has mentioned that, and he has put it there, that this is what India's advantage is. The Indians worship God of death not out of fear, but out of reverence and out of love, because India understands very clearly that the cycle of birth, life, and death, this cycle which governs the life and the universe. Every breath is a bit of death. And this we heard many times. And why is he talks about it and why is it so important? It is so important because we talk about sustainability. What is sustainability? Sustainability is important. That is because you're only not looking at the destruction, but you are only looking at the construction. You're only looking at the creation. It's only a French philosopher called Jacques Derrida made waves in the world, in the art world particularly, by talking about deconstruction. But India has this since ancient times, but we have almost forgotten about it. And now we all lamenting about sustainability as the design world is talking all the time about sustainable fashion, sustainable products, sustainable everything. It has become a bad word. It is no wonder. You see, the negative is always part of positive. Negative doesn't exist without positive. So no wonder that the zero or nothingness has been given to the world by our culture. The third, I will come to Bauhaus, which is an epitome of modern design education. It started in 1919, and even today, after 100 years, we still refer to and follow some of the syllabuses and curriculum of Bauhaus education. And many world schools owe it to Bauhaus. But I'm not going to tell about that, but I want to tell something else, which Bauhaus has followed. Bauhaus, one of the Bauhaus teachers called Johannes Itten, who was coordinating the most important year in the 4-year program of education, design education, which is a foundation year. Foundation year is the key years in education, in any school of education. Itten came to India, and he was so impressed by how the traditional education and traditional methods of developing mind, body, and soul. And he was particularly attracted to pranayama, breathing control, and meditation, dhyanam, to enhance your mental and spiritual abilities. So when he went back to Bauhaus, he implemented it and made it part of a curriculum at Bauhaus. So here is John Seaton, Meditation in Modern Education. And he talked about this in 1919, in so many years ago. Unfortunately, I yet have to see it in design schools in India. After that, we will come to India. We have often believed that design education started with National Institute of Design in Ahmedabad, which is not so. The Nobel laureate, our only Nobel laureate in literature so far, Rabindranath Tagore, who got his Nobel in 1913, when he came to India after visiting Bauhaus, he started in Shantiniketan, Bharati, with the idea of starting a designer education there, but not in the way Bauhaus is taught. So he came, he started Shilpa Sadhana, which I think he has discussed before. He started that for educating the crafts, which India is very rich about. But along with it, something else has happened. It has influenced Bauhaus teachers themselves, and one of them was invited to India. Her name is Stella Kramrisch. When she came here, she fell in love with Indian culture, and she realized how important is the tradition and culture in design. And then she realized also why such a rich culture is not known outside. And she realized that language is one barrier. Most of the treatises, they're wonderful, but they're only in Sanskrit. And there are no English translations available. So this lady was so impressed and wanted to do this great service to the world. So she learned Sanskrit, then she's translated Vishnu Dharmottara, third Khanda of Vishnu Dharmottara, which is related to the Indian tradition of painting. And today, that is the only English translation we have to go, and I would like to everybody to know about it. But it took me at least 30 years before I even know about Vishnu Dharmottara. I went all the way to Royal College of Art, London in early years, my early studies. But at that time, I didn't know that such a great book existed in India itself. So this is our sad story. Now, I will go to another great international center in Pondicherry. Aurobindo Ashram has got this spiritual center, used to be headed by Sri Aurobindo and Mother. This has kind of is a home for many, many people from many, many countries. But what I would like to show here is the design aspect, how design was affected by Swami Aurobindo and his philosophy. One of his philosophies, reality is omnipresent, means there is reality everywhere. One Japanese American architect called George Nakashima happened to visit Aurobindo Ashram way back during the World War times in 1942 to design their hostels. But he was so enamored by and taken over by the philosophy of Aurobindo Then he decided that his life, he changed his whole life. He decided to live in those principles, life divine. And all his life, he has become from architecture. He left architecture and shifted to furniture design, that too with solid wood. And wood, what kind of wood? Non-violent techniques. Means he never uses, if you see Nakashima's work, wooden furniture, he never uses the glue, he never uses the nail, he never uses any of these violence on this, because he believes that like every material has a soul, even wood also has this soul. It looks very poetic and surreal, but he really believed so. And he is working, even today his office is there, he is no more, but his office is there in America. They still follow his principle. And this is one furniture he made when he came to National Institute of Design and stayed there. And he wrote this book called The Soul of a Tree. Does tree has a soul? Nakashima believes it has, and you have to be sensitive. This echoes so much. Others may not believe in other countries, but in India we should believe, because he asked any sthapati, the temple builders, the traditional temple builders in India, and they will tell you, I know a few of them, they will tell you that yes, they have a soul and you have to listen to them. Ganapati Sthapati was talking, the great Sthapati of Mahabalipuram. He was talking in a video. He was telling that this stone will speak to you. If you touch it, it will tell you what it wants to become. And that is how it looks very poetic and not real. But actually it is real. They believe, and they've been guided by this belief in their life and their work. Now we will come to architecture. We all have kind of known about the Delhi and the buildings of Delhi. It's a colonial architecture. And Sir Edwin Lutyens is one great man who has kind of made all those buildings. And one thing is, what is Indianness in it? Sir Edwin Lutyens is very conscious of having some Indianness in those buildings. So what he did is he took inspiration from Sanchi Stupa in Bihar, the Buddhist architecture, and he kind of adopted that in his buildings. What you are seeing here is the Rashtrapati Bhavan, and many other buildings have kind of motive. Now we will go to another one, my favorite. There is a small background you should know. Soon after the independence and before that, there were no design schools in India and there are no design teachers either. So many of the young people have been sent abroad, young architects, it is P.V. Doshi, Thals Korea, and many of us, many designers too. And it is kind of expected that they learn the techniques of design and come back to India and serve India. But one aspect is not realized, that they study the Western ways of doing it, Western methods of doing it, Western principles of aesthetics. But there is a problem with their using them to the Indian local needs. Laurie Baker is one person who recognized that and realized, and he always lamented the Indian architects and designers falling into the trap of using Western methods, however great they are, in India. And we have even called Western designers, Western architects to India to create some great monuments. And Laurie Baker was very upset about it. But particularly Indian architects and Indian designers doing buildings in the Western way, where the conditions are very different, where cold is predominant, whereas in tropical countries like India, the heat is so predominant. So Laurie Baker happened to come to India, then he made it his country. He stayed here till his death. And when he went to Padmanabhapuram Palace in Tamil Nadu, Kerala border, he was so impressed. This ancient building was so cool even with the mid-summer. So he said, this is what Indian architects should know. So he championed from then onwards till his death, he championed low-cost architecture using exposed brick, mud walls, mud roof, thatched roof, and rat trap wall. Many of these techniques which we have almost forgotten in reference to cement and glass and all that. But see, this building is so beautiful using exposed brick. And this is done by Laurie Baker. And at the low cost, because only then it can be afforded by poor people in this country. And also they know, and the cost will be low because if you use the local stone, local mud, local bamboo and jute and local materials. So naturally it will be low cost. And not only that it is so successful in India, he has got a great following of young architects, but abroad everywhere, no low-cost housing is follows Laurie Baker's low-cost architecture principles. With that, I would like to conclude my presentation. And in saying, I would say the true identity of India is not superficial, but it is our plurality. And and the end, you see, their way, our way. This is not a value judgment. I think it is hasty value judgments are wrong. We say, I always used to, when I was a young child, I used to see films. I was a film enthusiast. Even now, we always used to end our films with Shubham. And all the Western films, I am also I've seen many international Western films. They all end with the end. You see, I'm not saying any value judgments, but I say Shubham sounds much, wishing everybody well, sounds much more polite than saying that go. In Andhra, I'm from Andhra. In Telugu, we never say, there is no word to say. If you are leaving somebody and say farewell, you don't say I'm going. You say, I'm coming back. Vellostam. You never say weltam. No, that is impolite. And the same way, Shubham, we say our ending, and the end, others say. So their ways and our ways. So with this, I want to say Shubham to everyone and end this, and thank you for inviting me to this great forum.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Balaram, for your talk, for this presentation. It was wonderful to have both Padmini ji and you back to back in this conference. And with that, I'd like to invite Dr. Bindu Vyas. Hers will be the last presentation before Nagraj Garu, Dr. Paturi, will share his views. Dr. Bindu Vyas is an educator, lifestyle management, system, mind-body medicine, and she's the director of Indian Circle for Caring, incorporated in USA. And Dr. Vyas will today speak to us on the topic From East to West, the journey of transcendental meditation. I believe she normally lives in USA, but she happens to be in India right now in the Indian time zone. So welcome, Dr. Vyas, to this conference, and take it away from here. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the introduction, and thank you for this opportunity to share my thoughts on the journey of transcendental meditation. Are you hearing me okay? And do you have my power? I'm sharing my screen. Is that okay? Everything?
I'm able to hear you, and yes, I can see your screen on full screen.
How much time do I have?
30 minutes as per the schedule, Dr.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Wonderful. So, just give me a second. So this is what we are going to cover as we move through my presentation. The journey of transcendental meditation in terms of, we'll do introduction, review of literature. And what I find is that the journey has been very transformative. And initially it was known as Bhavatidhyan, as a part of Indic yogic knowledge. And this fascinating journey, I want to say, started or entered in the late 19th and early 20th century. If we look at the Indic yogic knowledge, it started in 19th and early 20th century, where Western philosopher and psychologist encountered and experienced yogic science. This was brought to the West by Eastern gurus, such as Swami Vivekananda in his trip in 1893 and later on in 1899. And Sri Raman Maharshi, who never came to the US, but he never came to the US, but his biography traveled. And he was made very well known in and out of India in 1931. Then there was a Paramhansa Yogananda in 1920, Sri Prabhupada in 1965. But before that, Maharshi Mahesh came to USA in 1959. And that's where the westward or journey in the West for transcendental meditation began. And later on, of course, there were many. One of them was Swami Kripalu, who came to US in 1977. So just to give you a little bit background on the evolution of meditation in the West, with initial encounters with Eastern practices to integrate into the society, scientific research, cultural acceptance, and the growing accessibility of meditation. These are all things have contributed to its popularity. Currently, it's very popular, and recognition as a valuable tool. This is seen as a tool for personal growth, stress reduction, and overall well-being. It's, however, a broad term. If you look at the meditation, it's a very broad term that includes mindfulness, meditation, yoga nidra, and transcendental meditation. And many more traditions are part of the meditation. So, now this was Bhavatidhyan in India, and that became transcendental meditation, which specially involves the use of mantra, which is a very specific sound or word that is repeated silently. And this technique was, of course, developed by Sri Maharshi Mahesh, a yogi, and in 1950s. He started teaching publicly in the late 1950s, and he gained international fame in the next decade when he became the spiritual guru or advisor to the Beatles and other celebrities. And the TM movement really grew rapidly. Now, Sri Maharishi Mahesh traveled very extensively throughout the world, teaching TM and establishing centers, organizations in many countries. Maharishi Mahesh Yogi passed away in 2008. His legacy still lives on through his disciples and the initiatives he established during his lifetime. So what is the purpose? Why we want to you want to hear my talk? This is what I'm going to be doing. My objective is to examine the westward journey of TM, how it has continued to grow around the world, and its impact on the very same. I'll also be doing some literature review to create the timeline, and we'll undertake impact analysis and examine contribution of TM to the West. So now, evidence suggests that TM has continued to in its original form through the TM organization, Maharishi Mahesh University, which is headed by Tony Nader, one of his disciples. Then it is also lives on in an adapted form by his disciples such as Deepak Chopra and Sri Ravi Shankar, and in a new and secular form. It is now developed by Dr. Herbert Bensel as a relaxation response. So if we look at the westward travel of TM, it can be in three phases. One is discovery. People discovered the TM, and then it was adapted, and then it was appropriated later on. So looking at the literature, this journey of TM to the West has been documented in various resources, including books, research papers, and articles. Here is a literature review highlighting some keywords works that provide insight into the introduction and spread of TM in the Western world. These works offer valuable insight into the journey of TM to the West, including its introduction, reception, some controversies, and influences on various aspects of society. They provide a comprehensive understanding of the historical, cultural, and social context surrounding the spread of TM and its impact on Western societies. Even today, TM continues to generate interest because of its positive impact on human health and wellness. Now, recent articles are for the people who would like to know what is TM, what are the benefits, and how to give it a try. Which books to take up to learn about its history and benefits. 10 useful titles cover well-established scientific research, first-handed accounts, and basic introductions to pointers on the road towards more advanced levels. So these articles were published in 2023. So let's look at the first phase of discovery. As I was telling, disciples for Maharishi Mahesh came from all walks of life. And that included musicians Donna Vaughan and Mike Love of the Beach Boys, as well as filmmaker David Lynch, Bob Roth, who became the CEO of David Lynch Foundation. Now, David Lynch Foundation, which promotes TM and meditation in schools and other settings. and John Hagelin, a physicist and a former presidential candidate who has promoted the use of TM for peace. So then there were a set of disciples who helped to spread his teachings and establish TM centers around the world. Some of these disciples went on to become TM teachers and leaders in the organizations and continue to practice and promote TM today. These disciples are Dr. Tony Nader, who is a PhD in neuroscience, and he's currently the head of the Maharishi Foundation. Robert Keith Wallace. Dr. Wallace is trustee and chairperson of the Department of Physiology at the Health and at Maharishi International University. These people have had association with Maharishi Mahesh from the beginning. So I would say late 50s or early 60s. And Dr. Glasser, who is MD, spent more than 10 years with Maharishi Mahesh in 1960s and early 70s. His interest was more in Ayurveda, which Maharishi Mahesh did not pick up because he thought that Westerners didn't even know how to meditate. So he didn't want to divert attentions, but later on, Dr. Glasser wrote a book on body renewal, the lost art of self-repair. So first set of celebrity disciples and second set of disciples who worked actively towards promoting TM in its original form. Then we had Ravi Shankar, who is Sri Ravi Shankar of Art of Living, who also got associated with Sri Mahesh Maharshi in 1970s, early 1970s. And the last one to come was Deepak Chopra, who was a cardiologist at Harvard. And he was impressed and he joined Mahesh Maharshi in 1985. Dr. Benson is not a disciple, but we will be talking about him as we talk about the third kind of form of TM as it moved to become a new form. So I want to talk about Sri Ravi Shankar, who actually who was with Sri Maharshi Mahesh from the early time. And incidentally, Maharshi used to always have 4 Vedic Shastris with him at all the times, and he would refer to them. And Sri Ravi Shankar was his Rig Veda expert, and he was very close to Maharshi, and he became a TM teacher under Maharshi. And in early 1980s, he established an organization called the Art of Living. Now, if you think of Art of Living, Sri Maharshi Mahesh wrote a book which was The Science of Being and Art of Living, and Sri took the Art of Living and went with it, and it has the work of Art of Living is dedicated to promoting stress reduction, meditation, personal growth, and through a variety of different programs that they have proposed, which many of us know so well. When it comes to Deepak Chopra, Deepak Chopra came to get associated with Maharshi Mahesh in 1980s. He was a very prominent figure in the medical field at that time. And then he joined, and now he has become a very prominent figure in the field of holistic health and spirituality. He was associated with Maharishi Mahesh for almost between 1985 to 1988. He was a very prolific speaker, and he wrote so well, and he had a knack of being able to connect the meditation to the scientific research that was going on at that time. So as a result of that, he really conducted many lectures and workshops on TM, and he wrote a book. First book was Quantum Healing, and then he also wrote 1990. He wrote Perfect Health, where he really looked at the connection between mind, body, and well-being. And there he incorporated teachings of Maharishi Mahesh, and he highlighted the benefits of meditation, and more specifically of TM. Later on, he authored many books, and then he found Chopra Center for Wellbeing, where Chopra Center for Wellbeing offers programs and workshops that integrate meditation, yoga, and other holistic practices, including TM. So there we come to the next, a new secular form of TM. I want to take you to 1960s, and some of us, we would be surprised that until 1960s, the scientists in America did not see a connection between the state of mind and the person's health. So during that time, young doctor, cardiologist, Dr. Herbert Benson, who was with the public health of the United States, and he was in Puerto Rico, and he found that the island residents had significantly lower blood pressure than their mainland counterparts. He began to wonder if it had anything to do with something outside, and not just the diet or exercise or something different. And at that time, the medical researchers in US took it as a fact that stressful situation could raise heartbeats, heart rates, but the mind had no control over it. So Dr. Benson, with that thought that there was something outside, he came back to Harvard in 1965 and started researching. And he and his colleagues devised a way to train monkeys. They were trying to train monkeys to raise and lower their blood pressure based on a reward system. TM practitioners at that time, by that time, Maharishi was already in US, and they reached out to Dr. Benson and asked him, why teach monkeys when we already have perfected the practice? So for Dr. Benson, initial experiments on TM became, from the time he started initially experimenting with, very reluctantly though, but then it became a lifelong pursuit of understanding how we can use our mind and body as medicine to manage and cure certain mental and physical conditions. And he ended up publishing in Scientific American in 1972, where he talked about physiological correlates of the transcendental meditation technique. And in 1975, he authored the book, The Relaxation Response, where he explored scientific evidence supporting the physiological and psychological benefits of TM. At that time, he wrote that we claim no innovation, but simply a scientific validation of age-old wisdom. And but later on, until 1992, he kept on working, and then he found the Mind Body Institute, which is still running and continuing the work of Dr. Benson, and provides programs on relaxation response even today. So talking about relaxation response, the new secular form of that has been developed. Dr. Benson really did not set out to champion the meditation. Even after his pioneering studies, he remained a very big skeptic of this particular thing. And he himself did it after a decade or so of his studies, which were proving that this thing really works. He started meditating himself. Now, he did continue his research on mind-body interactions and stress reduction, and proposed this new secular form of relaxation response. Why secular? Because what he did was the steps and required condition for meditation that he proposed are the same as TM. Everything is same. Only way it is different is that in his method, he says, oh, you don't have to have a mantra. You can have any word. You can use any word and you can elicit relaxation response, meaning thereby you can get the same results that you would get with the mantra. That's his thing. And he has proposed the relaxation response, which is so much similar to the TM, except for the mantra. So in short, we can just say that transcendental meditation had a very significant impact on the worldwide. It reached, with the efforts of Maharishi and his disciples, it reached worldwide. Thousands of people became the teachers, and it reached millions of people. It gained popularity in US during 1960s and 70s, and its popularity or influence has continued to shape the landscape of meditation practices and alternative health approaches. There are some key aspects of global impact of TM in general and USA in particular, and they are that it has really reached world over. It is very popular. Many scientific and research studies have proven the benefits of TM, and it has been integrated into the educational institutions with different organizations. Now, it is a great tool for stress reduction and well-being, which has been proven by the research studies that have been done on TM meditators. It has alternative health and wellness practices. It is part of alternative health and wellness practices, and it is also a social initiative for peace building. UN also took up TM and to really build peace in the world. It became one of the great way of initiating a cross-cultural dialogue and a way of cultural exchange. So as I said, substantial impact and contributing to popularization of meditation. It became integration of mindfulness practices in various domains, and the exploration of meditation's effect through scientific research was enabled, and its influence has extended into education, healthcare, and the broader wellness industry. So, in conclusion, TM has continued to grow in West, and what I try to do here is to look at the westward journey of TM and explain how it has continued to grow. Literature review and evidence of TM travel suggest that TM has continued to grow in its three forms. One is the original form, which is TM University, TM Centers, the TM Foundation. It has grown in a form adopted by Maharshi's disciples, such as Deepak Chopra and Sri Ravi Shankar and their organizations, and in a new secular form developed by scientists and medical doctors, such as Dr. Herbert Benson in his relaxation response form. So it can be summarized as moving from discovery to adaptation to appropriation and digestion. Now, I also at this point I was thinking about where we can go from here. As with many gurus who went to the East, they have always been surrounded by the criticism and the controversies. So even TM has its own share of criticism and controversies. So we need to figure out what is the truth behind it. Then many times we have seen how things go from East to West, but the movement of the TM movement in the US had an echo effect and had tremendous influence in India. So surprisingly, there was a group of 1,000-headed Purusha, young celibate men focusing on spreading TM. And they started going to India in teams of about 4 people. It would be worth examining how this meditation movement influenced India, the country of its origin, because it is known that we like it when the Westerner tells us that this is great. So that would be something wonderful to look at how it came back. So if it went from Haridwar to Harvard, how did it come back from Harvard to Haridwar or India in that sense? Relaxation response draws directly from TM. The steps and required condition for the meditations are the same as TM. The only significant difference between the two is that TM teacher initiates meditators with mantra, while in RR you could use any word of your choice in place of mantra to meditate on. Research experiments on TM have been conducted and concluded that the regular practice of TM helps an individual to be and stay healthy. So would an individual RR meditator receive the same benefits as a TM meditator? That's a question that the research has to ask and figure out. Because the mantra is a very specific sound and very important, and in the TM, and to elicit the response that we are looking for. As we looked at the journey of TM or the westward journey of TM, the other two practices, which is Vipassana and Yoga Nidra, which in West is known as mindfulness meditation and Yoga Nidra, respectively, need to be looked at in the similar fashion as to how it has been taken up by West, because at the end of the day, nobody remembers that, oh, the relaxation response is the same as TM. People think that it was discovered by Dr. Benson, and that discovery has led us to have such a wonderful tool that we have today. Similarly, Vipassana, in the name of mindfulness meditation, is made a big program by John Kabat-Zinn. And similar fate is with Yoga Nidra in terms of lucid dreaming. So with that, I rest my presentation, close my presentation, and if anybody has if we have a time for questions.
Thank you, Dr. Vyas, for finishing that on dot 30 minutes. That's thank you for keeping time and some interesting points over there. You also laid out what might be future areas of work at the very end of your presentation. Thank you for that. There are perhaps a couple of questions in the chat box, in the Q&A box. Perhaps you could just choose the ones that you find relevant to your talk and choose to answer them right there. In the interest of time, I'll request the Senior Director of Indica and Chief Curator, Dr. Nagaraj Paturi, now to conclude this conference with his talk on methodological issues in knowledge travel studies, future scope for IKS studies. Thank you, Nagaraj.
Namaste. Angikam bhuvanam yasya vachikam sarvavamayam ahayam chandrataradi Vande Satvikam Shivam. Thank you, Megji, for curating this wonderful symposium. As Megji has already said in the beginning, this was actually it had to happen as a conference, and there was a call for papers, and there was a very big response to the call for papers. Wonderful papers have been received, but the title of the conference, Contribution of Indian Knowledge Systems to the World, was misunderstood a little. Most of the paper presenters, the abstract senders, thought that this is a conference of how actually any IKS for them is a contribution to the world. So world can take it if it wants to use, and it is useful to the world. In that sense, they took. And they sent we received around 46 abstracts, and 40 of them were like this. And finally, where the travel aspect that we wanted to focus was there only in, I think, 5 of the papers. And then we had a pre-symposium meeting with the paper presenters. Some of them dropped out for logistical reasons, and the only abstract sender that we see today in this symposium is Dr. Vyas. She is from that conference abstract sender. And the symposium format we have been using with invited speakers. So we converted the conference into a symposium, And we have invited stellar figures, a galaxy of stellar figures like none other than Professor Subhash Kak and Dr. C.K. Raju and Dr. Raj Vedam and the great design figure of India, Dr. Singanapalli Balaram Garu and his wife, Dr. Padmini Balaram, and all these stellar figures of Indian knowledge systems we could gather. I think we can claim some new novelties in this symposium. One of them is the participation of Dr. Singanapalli Balaram, Professor Singanapalli Balaram himself, because IKS discussions throughout so far have not covered the area of design at all. And I have been interacting with Professor Balaram from nearly more than 10 years, and I have been learning from him for so long. And today it was a greater learning. He showed the impact of India's knowledge systems, Indian ideas on the design practice. Actually, some of them are not design idea to design idea. It was IKS ideas, thought ideas themselves to the design, and some of them were pedagogical aspects, educational aspects on design education, how they impacted. All those wonderful aspects have come out from the great figure of design. That's one novelty probably. We have both the textile design aspect also. I was involved during the PhD work, dissertation preparation by Dr. Padmini Balaram Garu. Her topic was actually motif travel, lotus and swastika, these two motifs of textile design, how they travel through the Silk Route to the different parts of the world. But today, she expanded the scope beyond those two motif travels to the entire textiles and textile design ideas and all that. And we have Professor Subhash Kak. Actually, there were some conference abstracts on this idea of travel of science ideas from India to the world. But with Professor Subhash Kak himself being present, we actually are not in need of any other presentation to cover that area. And Dr. C.K. Raju's presentation, as you have seen, was so passionate and so powerful and full of those very aggressively powerful expressions of actually the very title has the word soul in it to indicate that aggression in his tone. And we have Raj Vedam, who is a chronology specialist, history specialist. He has used many words and concepts which laid foundation for what I'm going to speak now with regard to methodological issues. I'll show how he gave some introduction to what I'm going to say. And Dr. Bindu Vyasa's presentation, actually, this is one area which anyone guesses when we think of IKS travel from India to the world. India has always been seen in general as a place of inward practices, inner world practices, spiritual practices. So if anything has traveled from India, it has to be this. And there is a whole book called American Veda by Philip Goldberg. He talks about how Indian spiritual traditions have traveled to the Americas, particularly North America. And this special focus on transcendental meditation that Dr. Bindu Vyas has done is really useful. I'm able to see in the chat box that people are now able to learn the connections between Deepak Chopra, Sri Ravi Shankar, and actually I am surprised that these are already known. People know from their bios themselves that they were connected to transcendental meditation and yogi. But in the chat box, people said that they are coming to know about these things now through this talk. Okay, and thank you, Megji, for reminding Professor Porada Subramanian Garu's presentation. His talk is an erudite scholar, wonderful scholar of Shastras, and he gave an introduction to Indian linguistic theories in a very great detail. And I was able to see that in the chat box, there was a lot of enthusiasm expressed from the audience to know more about those theories and all that. This is another area where India can confidently and substantiatedly claim the influence of IKS, Indian knowledge systems, on the Western field called linguistics. And this is a well-known fact also, that actually the entire field of what they call general linguistics today emerged from what started as philology, and from philology it went into historical linguistics and comparative linguistics, and then general linguistics emerged from it as a descriptive linguistic practice. So from the time, actually, how philology was emerging itself was through the connection of Europeans with India, particularly their introduction to Sanskrit. So the methodology of description that were used by the early philologists of comparative linguistics and historical linguistics, if it was influenced by Indian grammatical methods, there is no surprise, because the philologists themselves, the Franz Boas or Franz Bopp or Grimm's brothers, or all those early philologists, they were all actually inspired by their introduction to Sanskrit itself. So that may not be a big surprise. But later, how Indian linguistic theories went on influencing, right from Leonard Bloomfield in his book Language, he quotes, he uses even words like sandhi, and he adds internal sandhi and external sandhi, and there is a whole host of such very well acknowledged influence areas of Indian linguistic theories on the Western linguistic theories. So that is one area where the travel of IKS to the West is again very well established and substantiated and accepted. Some of them are actually, Bindu Vyasji was also using the word digestion, appropriation, and these are, digestion is a word by Raju Malhotraji. And such things also happen even in contemporary linguistic theory. Certain digested theories actually do not acknowledge their sources in Indian linguistic theory. We have to all the way go through the notes of, say, for example, Ferdinand de Saussure, what he taught. Actually, Ferdinand de Saussure was teaching linguistics in France, was also teaching Sanskrit. And we have his notes on hand, and from the evidences of his knowledge of Sanskrit and his notes only, we can establish that Ferdinand de Saussure was influenced in his book Language, Long and Parole, and all those ideas were influences from Bhartrihari, and other things got established later with those evidences. But coming back to my own topic that I chose after being asked by our founder, Sri Harikiran Garu, he asked me to take up a specific topic instead of simply concluding, summarizing kind of formality. So then I chose this topic of methodological issues. For the benefit of those who need this, I have to use certain words. There is a discipline called history of ideas. Nowadays, it is also being called as intellectual history. And Lovejoy, Arthur Lovejoy, is a scholar who is credited with creating the word history of ideas. And nowadays it is more fashionable to use the word intellectual history rather than history of ideas. And in the West, it is interesting to see that the discipline names inside the university system emerge in a very, very interesting way. They create names like cultural history, history of religions, and history of ideas, and all this. And then you have a scope to talk about these things in a very professional, disciplined, and disciplinary way inside the university system. But my proposal today in this symposium is to come up with a new area called knowledge transfer studies, or knowledge travel studies, or knowledge transmission studies. We have to choose one among these words: travel, transfer, transmission. They have their own connotations. Transmission is done intentionally, but travel might happen without a volition on the part of the person taking the idea from one place to the other. And so basing on what we are trying to say, we can choose the most general of the words is travel. So we can say knowledge travel and knowledge travel studies, which is not history of ideas. Actually, history of ideas is a chronological study of how ideas in the scale of time, in the timeline, have come from one time to the other, from one place to the other, from one person to the other. But knowledge travel is a very specifically, it covers the travel of idea from one place to the other. And in my opinion, there is another proposal I would like to make through this symposium, that we have to also start a discipline called comparative knowledge study. There are many disciplines already with the qualifier comparative. You have philology itself as a comparative discipline, and from that emerged comparative mythology. There was a discipline called comparative mythology. Nowadays, it is still in India, it is fashionable in Bombay University and some universities in Maharashtra, like in Pune, Deccan College, and other places. And people are again taking interest in these courses like comparative mythology. And there is another course, another discipline called comparative literature. And there are many such comparative disciplines. But what we are doing today in this symposium belongs to what I would like to call comparative knowledge study. And when you do comparative knowledge study, there are already established tools of methodology that are already established in a discipline called cultural anthropology. Inside cultural anthropology, what they do is they do comparative cultural study. Actually, anthropology is all about comparative cultural studies only. It is a comparative discipline. Basically, social or cultural anthropology is like linguistics. Actually, linguistics also starts from comparative language studies. And then there are universalizations and generalizations about the phenomenon of language itself. So in comparative cultural anthropology and social anthropology also, there are universalizations of human being. That is why it is anthropos and anthropology. So universalizing descriptions or conclusions about human culture or human society happen from the comparative study of cultures and comparative study of society. So because they are already doing that, they have already faced this issue of travel, of culture from place to place. And in that discipline, there are words like monogenesis and polygenesis. Monogenesis is the idea where the believer in that model believes that all ideas, all cultural features have origin in only one place. From there, they have all spread to different places. Theories like Sanskrit is the origin of all languages, or Hebrew is the origin of all languages, or classical Arabic is the origin of all languages, or whatever, such theories, they are theories of monogenesis. And there are many such for culture also. There are theories which propose that everything in the world has come from one single place and spread to the other parts of the world. In India, there are some naive believers who believe that, all knowledge in the world has come from the Vedas. All sciences have come from the Vedas, or all knowledge in the world has come from the Vedas, and all that. So, and that such theories have been mocked at also. This is an example of a monogenesis theory. But the counter to this, the other side of this is called polygenesis theories, where people believe that there can be, for example, multiple language family theories in linguistics. They belong to this category of polygenesis. You have multiple language families, each of them having a proto-language, and from that, multiple languages of the world can be traced historically through a certain method of reconstruction of the proto-language. So that kind of model belongs to the theories of polygenesis. So for knowledge also, we have to actually compare these theories of monogenesis theories and polygenesis theories. Another tool that it is used in cultural anthropology is that of diffusion and unity of mind. Diffusion is the theory that the culture or cultural element travel from one part of the world to the other. For example, folk tales, fairy tales, proverbs, riddles. Then through comparative study, they find that there is a folk tale which is exactly similar to the other. There is actually a whole book called Tale Type Index, and they have classified tale types. And for each tale type, you have examples from all over the world. The same tale type is found. So which is emerging, actually, this tale type index itself is emerging from a comparative study. And from tale type index emerged another book called Motif Index from the tales. And here, the researchers do not tell you that if a tale is found, tale type is found across the world in different parts of the world, it does not actually mean that they have traveled. It only means that similarities have been found in the tales of different parts of the world. And motifs also, how motifs can be found in different parts of the world. But there is a model within cultural anthropology and social anthropology called historical geographical method, which actually believes in diffusion. That folk tales or fairy tales or legends or myths or proverbs or riddles, all such cultural elements, each of them probably travel from one part of the world to the other, and they gather evidences for this, and they talk in terms of diffusion of ideas. So in knowledge studies also, people can go to first comparative knowledge studies. That is what actually I was saying that Dr. Raj Vedam was also doing today. At a certain point, he said, probably, I do not know whether this is just a coincidence or actually a travel. So this is the point. So we get this feeling of whether this is actually just a coincidence or an actual travel from one part of the world to the other. For example, I will bring to you many other such questions where suspects of travel can be pointed out. For example, articulatory phonetics is there. In articulatory phonetics, you have classification of phones and phonemes into groups based on their articulatory position and articulation method. For example, there are glottals, the sounds that are produced from the glottis, and there are palatals, sounds produced from the palate, and there are retroflexes, and there are dentals, and there are labia. In Indian Varnamalas of all the Indian languages, consonants are actually, even vowels, are listed in that order, from glottal to the labial. They are classified and listed, and stops and fricatives are listed separately. All this articulatory phonetic knowledge incorporated into the Varnamala that is taught to even small children when they start to learn the Varnamala in their early schooling, they are indirectly being taught this whole articulatory phonetic knowledge. But when you go to the Western grammars, their formal grammars do not have any of these things. Did you anytime see in any grammar a chapter on phonology or classification of phones into phonetics? Actually, their letters actually are letter names. They are script symbol names. There is no classification of vowel sounds or consonant sounds. An English child is not taught that way. But there is a claim that this classification of sounds into glottals, etc., glottals, palatals, etc., is not an influence of the Indian articulatory phonetic knowledge in the West. It is independent in the West. But how can there be such a coincidence? Such a very strong coincidence is the question. So people have to, first of all, identify those comparative aspects, identify those coincidences, and then try to work on evidences for travel, if at all there is. And there are many. We can go with a huge list of them. The notes of music, for example, the 7 notes of music here, 7 notes of music there, and many other such aspects of, for example, in drama theory, in narrative analysis, you have 5 stages of narrative here in the form of Panchasandhi analysis, more complex story analysis. You have the same 5-stage story analysis on the Western side. They teach you the same exposition, development, climax, denouement, and conclusion type. But you have the Panchasandhis here. So how can there be such a coincidence that you have in the same narrative analysis 5 stages here, 5 stages there? So if at all these are, in Dr. C.K. Raju's words, stolen, if there is a plagiarism, appropriation, digestion, that can be traced later. But if we establish a comparative knowledge studies, first of all, and identify the suspects of a travel from one part of the world to the other, then the other historical, chronological, and other evidence collection procedures can be adopted, and a professional knowledge travel establishment can be done at a later stage. But for that to happen, the knowledge travel studies discipline has to be based on comparative knowledge studies area, where similarities of ideas, similarities of knowledge in different parts of the world can first be located, and those very strong, surprising coincidences as suspects of travel can first be located, and then the substantiation for travel can then be established. Unless such a professional procedure is established, these things can remain only in the social media, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, Telegram, WhatsApp, and people can keep saying that, oh, probably this went from here to there, or that came from there to here, and so on. There are many astronomical ideas and astrological ideas also that are actually attributed to Hellenistic origin, that are inside Vedic astrology, but being attributed to Hellenistic or Arabic origin. All such can be established in a more professional way when we take up these in the form of disciplines like comparative knowledge studies, and based on that, a knowledge travel studies area where we go with tools already available in disciplines like cultural anthropology, and talk about whether it is a diffusion or unity of mind. They talk in cultural anthropology, they use the word unity of mind, which is actually talking about coincidence and all that. So with that, I think we can say that this is the future scope that we can do in knowledge travel studies. It is not just IKS studies, it is knowledge travel studies focused on IKS to the other parts of the world, but it can be a global study also. Every country can take up knowledge travel study from their country to the other parts of the world, or from other parts of the world to their country. So we can build a field as a global field and place IKS within that, IKS travel studies within that. Okay. So with that, I thank you all. Sri Meghji will take up concluding this program, closing this program.
Thank you so much, Dr. Paturi. In fact, I just wanted to leave a data point over here, which dovetails nicely with what Professor Paturi just mentioned. In a paper called The A of ABC of Indian Chronology, which my co-author Manogna Shastri and we had actually written, interestingly, we had alluded to the possibility of the flow of this whole articulatory apparatus point that Dr. Paturi has mentioned in the context of William Dwight Whitney's work. Now, he is by Goldman and Lax, he's been called as America's greatest linguist. And in fact, we actually studied very closely. We are not yet saying that he appropriated for sure from this, but we have shown how the Laghu Kaumudi translation, which preceded just the few years before he actually went into university, could have been potentially the link for him to actually, write about this. Because suddenly you're seeing the flowering of these ideas. It couldn't have come in a vacuum. So we have established that in some amount of detail in that paper.
What I see is that there are articles, these listeners are so clever, where they show that such a classification and classificatory vocabulary in phonetics existed in England well before Whitney, and that was taught, but it got disconnected. Some document in England shows that kind of classification was already there and all that. Actually, all such things can be exposed, provided we have a very professional tool, methodological tool apparatus provided, and use these terms and show that actually we started with the coincidence, and we suspected, and it is a suspect, and then we provided the truth and all.
Absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely. Because what we did, we are aware of what you said. What we did was to actually show quotations from his work, exactly, and from the Laghu Kaumudi, and show the overlapping similarity. And we traced how whatever they claim it came from earlier didn't actually have that basis. So I completely agree with you that I think there is a need for doing very detailed and carefully worded propositions. Should not rush to claiming that for sure it has been taken, but at the same time, like you said, create the conversation around this by saying that these could be potential areas. So with that, I'd like to thank everyone who patiently was with us from at whatever point they joined during this conference. It started at 7:45 in the morning, and it's 1:45 now. I'm sure people would be hungry as well, as we are well past lunchtime for most people. I would like to thank my colleagues Srinivas Garu and Koti Garu, without whom this conference couldn't have happened. Like always, they manage things from the back end to make sure that these conferences can proceed. And our founder, Harikiran Vadlamani Garu, whose original idea and title, it was from where we actually went ahead with this particular conference. Namaste to everybody, and thank you very much for joining us.